I'm not a man who would be known to ride into a show or whatever you want to call this, but people keep telling me holding all this in is going to put me in the ground early, so here I am. I've been in law enforcement for a little over 20 years. Small county, very rural. This is where you know every face by name, whether you want to or not. I've worked everything from meth labs to a couple drownings, missing hikers, farm accidents. I've seen things that I still get nightmares about. But I'm telling you right now, nothing I've ever dealt with or seen before compares to what happened to me 5 years ago in the fall, down near the riverbed on the west side of the county. Now you can believe, since then, if a call comes from out that way, I'll make an excuse, and I'll send one of the younger guys. They probably think I'm lazy or I'm losing my edge. I don't really care. I'm not stepping foot near that place again. I don't think my heart could handle seeing that a second time. This all started with a simple welfare check. Dispatch got a call from a guy saying he heard screaming coming from the trees past his property line. He said it wasn't human. I remember rolling my eyes because people exaggerate everything out here. I drove out there anyway because it was a slow night. When I got to his place, he was standing on his porch. A grown man in his 50s, shaking like a leaf. I asked him what direction he heard it from, and he just pointed toward the riverbed. He wouldn't even look that direction. Told me he didn't want to go with me. I didn't try to push him. I figured he'd been drinking or he'd just freaked himself out in the dark. I walked down there alone, knowing what I know now. Looking back, that was a horrible mistake. But as they say, hindsight is always 20/20. Now, that place has always had a strange feel to it. The paths are pretty narrow, there's tree roots sticking up everywhere. It's thick. You can't hear the road once you're 20 or 30 yards in. Everything just gets muffled out. I got a little ways down the slope, and the hair on the back of my neck stood up. I've only felt that twice in my career, both times right before something really bad happened. I turned my light off just for a second so I could listen. That was my mistake. I should have kept it on. As soon as the dark settled in around me, I knew I wasn't alone. I could feel something's presence, and it wasn't something good. It was like whatever it was did not care that I was there. I said out loud, "Sheriff's office. Who's out there?" My voice sounded weak. I hated that. I got no answer. I was met with heavy breathing. I raised my flashlight and shined it in the brush. I didn't see anything. Then, I don't know how to explain this. It's like the sound all changed. Like the breathing moved behind me without any between steps. 1 second it was in front of me. The next second it was directly behind me. I spun around and damn near fell over. That's the moment that I was hit with this deep, low growl. It wasn't a cougar. It wasn't a dog. I've heard both of them on night patrols plenty of times. This was something else. This was too deep and too controlled. Whatever it wasn't scared of me or my weapon or anything else. I backed up that hill. I didn't run. I knew not to. I didn't look away either. I didn't see it. I saw the shape of it. I could see it was standing on 2 legs, and it was standing just outside the reach of my light. It was very tall. Its shoulders were broad. Its head looked like a wolf's head, but much bigger and much wider. I can't even understand how something could be this fast. I focused on the shape. I blinked, and it was gone. I heard no footsteps, no sounds at all. It was just there 1 second, and gone the next. I got back in my cruiser and just sat there with the doors locked for I don't know how long. I remember my hands were shaking. I couldn't even hardly get the key in the ignition at first. When I finally did, I just took off without even thinking. I didn't write out a report. I didn't say anything to dispatch. I told the homeowner he probably heard coyotes fighting, but he looked at me like he knew I was lying. I didn't know what to say or how to handle a situation like this. Needless to say, I haven't been the same since that night. I can barely sleep. I keep checking the locks on my doors 3-4 times a night. I'm jumpy over the smallest of sounds. My wife says my temper has gotten worse. She's not wrong. Whatever I encountered down there, it's still out there. I can feel it. That riverbed is wrong. It's always been wrong. And I'm telling you, no one should be going down there alone, especially after dark. There's nothing down there for anyone. Make of this what you want. I don't need any sympathy. I just need to tell this, and maybe it'll help me or someone else. J.M. Brother, I don't know how people usually start these. I'm not a writer. I'm not even a talker. I've been back from deployment for quite a few years now. The funniest part is nothing over there ever messed me up the way one night here at home did. I'm laughing just typing this. Not a real laugh, though. More like the I might lose my mind kind of laugh. Anyway, here's what happened. So I like to camp. And I don't mean the Instagram type camping where people take pictures of their food on a fancy stove. I mean the real kind. Alone, quiet, no people asking me if I'm doing okay. I was out at a place called Pine Hollow. I don't know if you know where that is, but it's just woods and a small lake and nothing else. I go out there because no one bothers me. Or well, they didn't used to. That's why I'm being a bit vague with locations. I don't need people out there messing around in the woods, disturbing the area, and possibly getting hurt. That would weigh on my conscience for the rest of my days. I set up my camp a couple hours before sunset. I just had a small one-man tent. I built a very small fire. I like to keep a low profile. I brought my old military pack out of habit. Everything was normal for a while. It was actually relaxing. I even joked out loud to myself like an idiot. Nothing is going to sneak up on me out here. If I'd known what was coming, I'd have just punched myself for saying it. Sometime after dark, I would guess it was probably around 11, I started getting a feeling like I wasn't alone. You know that tension in your shoulders? The one that feels exactly like when someone stares at you from behind? That one. I've ignored that feeling a lot of times in my life. This time I didn't. I grabbed my flashlight and started looking around. I didn't see anything. I checked the other side. Still nothing. I said out loud, "All right, I get it, brain. You're being weird again." I tried to laugh it off. It didn't help. Then something moved behind my tent. I heard it shift. This wasn't a small animal either. It was something large. Not a lot of super dangerous predators out here, but you still have to be cautious. I froze up, not because I was afraid of the dark. I've slept in worse places than this many times. I froze up because whatever was walking back there was walking slow. It wasn't wandering or trotting around. It was stepping like it knew exactly where it was and exactly what I was doing. I whispered, "Nope, nope, absolutely not." I unzipped the tent as quietly and quickly as I could and stepped outside with my flashlight and a knife. Yeah, big tough soldier with a knife. I can hear it now. I don't know why I grabbed that instead of my pistol. Maybe I wasn't thinking clearly. Maybe I didn't expect to run into problems like this. Maybe I didn't want to admit that I needed the pistol. Anyway, I shined the light toward the trees. Eyes. These were level, if not taller than mine. They were red, not a bright neon red, more like coals being blown on in a fire. Slow burning, and they were focused on me. I saw them narrow as soon as I saw this creature. I thought maybe this was a prank. Some idiot with some kind of goggles or a cheap mask. But then it moved its head and I heard something that I can't even type this out the right way. It was a rumble, a growl. It was deeper than that, like a big diesel engine idling, but wet in its throat. I stepped forward, and there it was. It was stood straight up, and I've seen men break bones, lose limbs, get shot, all kinds of warm welcome to war stuff. But seeing something that size, standing on two legs, a damn werewolf, basically, my brain checked out completely. It showed its teeth. What a pretty smile it had. This wasn't exactly what I would call growling or snarling. It was more like it was just showing me, like, look what I have. See what happens if you run. I don't know why to this day, but my reflex made me talk to this thing like I would a dog. It was just like, hey buddy, you're okay, calm down. I have no idea why I did that. Zero clue. It all just spilled out. It tilted its head like it was confused, or maybe annoyed, or maybe deciding if that was enough reason to kill me. I finally caught myself and stopped my foolish banter and talk. After a few seconds, it just stepped back, turned slowly, and walked off into the woods. It's like it was just done with me, like I wasn't even worth the effort. I didn't break camp, I didn't pack anything. I just left. I went to my truck and drove. I left the whole campsite there. It's still there from all I know. The tent, the pack, everything. I'll buy more gear. I can't buy a new life. I don't care about the gear. Reals, I'm not kidding. I haven't camped since. Not once. I can barely sit in my backyard after dark without checking behind my grill like 5 times. My buddies think I've just finally cracked some type of anxiety or PTSD. My mom keeps telling me to talk to somebody. I guess I'm talking to you now. Thanks for reading this, and if you use it on your channel, change my first name. The last thing I need is one of my platoon guys clowning me over this. I've suffered enough. I've paid my dues. E. Reels. I'm writing this because I don't have anyone in my field I can talk to about this without blowing up my entire career. I'm a wildlife biologist here in northern New Mexico. I've worked for the state, for a private conservation group, and more recently as a consultant for multiple landowners who want wildlife impact reports before they start development. I've spent more nights in the field than in my own bed. I tell you all that because I need you to understand one thing first. I don't believe in monsters. I don't believe in paranormal anything. I believe in biology, patterns, anatomy, and data. Or at least I did. I'm not looking for pity or attention. I'm looking for somewhere to put this before I lose my grip and say something to the wrong person. So I'll just walk through the night exactly as I remember. No exaggerating, no theatrics. I'm writing this like I'm filing a report, because that's the only way I know how to talk about it without panicking. This was late September, southeast of Farmington, on a parcel of land a couple had just bought. They wanted a wildlife impact survey done because the property backs up to a canyon and they plan to build. Simple job. I've done 100 of them. I hiked out around dusk to set up 2 camera traps and mark scat samples. Canyon walls make sound bounce weird at night, so I like to get familiar with the terrain before it gets fully dark. It was quiet except for distant coyotes and the occasional flutter of bats. There was nothing strange about any of it. Around 9 p.m. I settled on a flat rock ledge overlooking the wash. I took some notes, reviewed some tracks, ate a granola bar. I wasn't expecting anything more interesting than maybe a mule deer moving through. Around 10, I started hearing movement on the south ridge. It was light-footed movement, but not light-footed like a coyote. It was not the heavy bounding movement of an elk. This was something in between, something steady, something sneaky. I know that's probably a phrase most people hate. Steady. It was steady, like something large but being cautious. I scanned with my thermal monocular. Nothing. The brush was too thick. At 10:20 the movement got louder. It was moving closer. I checked the wind direction. It was blowing east. Whatever it was, wasn't downwind of me, so it shouldn't have smelled me. Animals usually behave predictably when they detect human scent. This one did not. I should mention something important. I wasn't afraid at this point. Curious, maybe, slightly on alert, but not afraid. Fear didn't hit until I heard the breathing. People think animals breathe loudly when they're big. They don't. Large predators breathe quietly unless exerting effort. This breathing was low, wet, almost like a person with congestion, but much deeper. Too deep for a human chest cavity to produce. I immediately wondered to myself, could this be a bear? But the cadence just didn't fit. Bears huff, they chuff, they grunt. This was none of those. I turned around slow and shined my dimmed headlamp toward the sound. I saw eye shine immediately. Now these were not the wide-set yellow-orange of a bear. These reflected a dull red at first. Then they caught the light and shifted to a muddy amber. The eye placement was wrong. They were too far forward facing, too high off the ground, too far apart horizontally for anything I've ever cataloged. I stood up. That was probably a mistake. Animals react to height changes. The breathing paused. Then it just stepped into view like, here I am. I'm stating this carefully and without embellishment. The animal was upright. It walked on 2 legs. The proportions were not right for a bear standing up. The arms were too long. The shoulders were too narrow. The posture was just too balanced. And the shape of the head, that's the reason why I'm talking to you. It wasn't exactly what I would call a wolf head. The muzzle was shorter. The jaws were a lot wider. Its ears were tall, but they were pointed back, not forward, like something adapted for both hearing and intimidation. I remember thinking, this can't exist. This is not possible. That was my first actual thought. It wasn't fear or shock. It was denial. The creature took another step, and I heard the ground under it compress. This thing was heavy. I didn't even move at all. I don't think I could have. I know better than to trigger a chase response in a predator, and this dogman thing is definitely a predator. My brain switched into pure training mode. I slowed my breathing. No direct eye contact. Shoulders turned slightly away to appear non-threatening. It stared at me for a long time, maybe 15-20 seconds. I never saw its teeth. It didn't growl. It just almost evaluated me. Then it did something I still cannot wrap my head around. It tilted its head sideways, exactly like a curious dog does, slow and smooth. But the way it did it, this wasn't curiosity. This was studying me, assessing me, like it recognized something about me and didn't know what to make of it. I remember not hearing this out loud, but hearing it in my head. I heard, "I'm not here for you." The instant I heard this, it straightened its head, turned its body in one motion, and walked back into the brush, upright. No dropping to all fours, no stumbling at all. This thing was steady until it was out of sight. I don't know how that's possible, but I saw it. I stood there for at least 10 minutes before I could make myself move again. I had trouble packing my gear. My legs felt like jelly. I left one of my camera traps out there because I couldn't force myself to go after it. It was in the direction that thing went. I wasn't about to even try to go close. I kid you not, I got 0 sleep for 2 days after that. My colleagues think I'm sick because I keep canceling field surveys. I'm reading through textbooks and ecology journals, like a lunatic trying to find something, anything that fits what I saw. Nothing does. I've always heard people tell their encounter stories with Bigfoot and other creatures that I always thought were fake, and they still could be. Maybe this dog man is the only weird thing out there, but after seeing it, I highly doubt that, and I have my suspicions there could be more things out there that we have not identified. I mean, think about it. If this thing is walking around, what else could be out there? This thing broke every rule I've ever taught students, every lecture I've ever given, every paper I've ever cited. It wasn't a hallucination. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a misidentification due to it being dark. I've spent half my life in the field at night. I know what I saw. My worldview is fractured. I don't know how else to say that without sounding dramatic. I feel like I've lost the ground under my feet. If one rule of biology is broken, what else is? I would never go back to that canyon, even though it never shown signs of wanting to hurt me. I don't plan to. I'm avoiding night work entirely, which means I'm losing contracts left and right. I'm close to quitting the field altogether. I don't know what I believe anymore. I don't know what you'll do with this email. Honestly, it doesn't matter to me. I just needed to send it, to say this to someone, somewhere, to get it out. Thanks. Daniel. Reels. First of all, I just want to tell you I really enjoy your show. I'm not good at talking about my feelings. I never have been. I've always been the type of person who says things like, facts don't care about your feelings, and science is the only thing you can trust. I still want to believe that. I still want to believe the world works the way I thought it did. But something happened to me in March that ripped that whole worldview out by the roots, and I haven't been the same since. I keep checking the hallways of my own house like a paranoid lunatic. I don't sleep anymore. I don't go outside after dark. The worst part is I don't even know what I believe now. I don't believe in God, or heaven, or ghosts, or anything. But I also don't believe that the world is what we think it is. Sorry, I'm rambling. I'll just tell you what happened. I live outside Santa Rosa, New Mexico. Not really a town, just a house on some land that used to be my uncle's. I work from home, software stuff, boring. I stay up late, a lot, because that's just how I'm wired. Back in March, I was pulling a late night doing a deploy for a client, probably around 1:30 in the morning. I had the windows open because the weather was perfect. There was a breeze, it was cool. It was an early spring morning. I remember thinking how quiet and peaceful everything was. I remember that because I remember how quickly it all ended. I heard something hit the side of my house that sounded like a sledgehammer. It was a sound that came from right behind where I was sitting. I just stopped for a second. My first thought was, that could not have been a raccoon. My second thought was, there's no way. Raccoons don't smack walls. I turned down the fan on my desk and listened. There were no more sounds. After about 10 seconds, I convinced myself it was nothing and just went back to work. And then, as if it was trying to get my attention and convince me that there was something out there, it hit again, a lot harder the second time, right on the other side of the wall from me, like something sliding its hand down the siding. I pushed my chair back so fast it tipped over. Now, I don't get scared easily, and I felt like someone had dumped cold water down my back. I grabbed my flashlight from the kitchen drawer and went out the back door. That was very stupid, I know. I don't even know why I did it. Probably ego. Most likely because, like I said, I don't believe in things like this. But I damn sure do now. The side of the house was empty. There was nothing there. No animals, no prints in the dirt. Nothing was disturbed. I checked the other side and still found nothing. I started to think maybe I'd imagined it. Stress. Sleep deprived, whatever. I went back inside and locked the door behind me. I wasn't sitting 5 minutes before something tapped on the window. It was 3 light taps. The exact rhythm of someone tapping with their knuckles. I felt every hair on my body stand up. This is when the panic and the dread and fear all set in at once. I remember wanting to get up and go to a different room to get away. But I couldn't. All I could do was stare at that window, waiting for something to happen. The curtains were closed, but the porch light outside was on, so the curtain had a glow to it. And then I saw the shape of something move behind it. Even though the shape and dimensions of this was almost like a person, it was tall. The top of the shape went above the curtain rod. Too tall to be a person. I don't have vaulted ceilings or anything. Whatever was outside that window was absolutely massive. It was skinny at the bottom, and it widened as it went up. Its shoulders were too high, really, for me to see much. The head was definitely above the top of the window, so at first I didn't see it. I watched it pass by that window and move on, towards the direction of the yard. I had to see what it was. I got up and moved quick but quiet to that window and moved the curtain. What I saw was something that was at least 8 feet tall, and it looked like someone wearing a wolf mask, except the thing moved like it was real. There's no way this was a human. It was just too big. I literally could not breathe. My chest locked up, and for a second I thought I was having a heart attack. But now, later, I realized it was just a panic attack. Which, if you've ever had one, you know how terrifying this is. The fact that one of these things was that close to my window, with the window actually open, haunts me now. It could have easily just crawled in that window and I would have had nowhere to go. I felt like a rat trapped in a cage. I watched it until it got close to enough distance away I was comfortable with making it to my truck. I grabbed my keys and ran barefoot to the truck. I didn't even bring my phone. I just drove to the Allsups in town and sat there in the parking lot like a scared child until the sun came up. I finally went back home, but I wasn't comfortable until I checked every corner with a metal baseball bat in my hand. And I've never told this to anyone, not even my sister, who's very close. That night completely broke me. I used to laugh at people who got scared of things they couldn't explain. I used to mock religion, mock cryptids, mock anything that wasn't proven in a textbook. I used to sleep with the windows open and walk outside at night to look at the stars. Now, I sleep with every light on in the house. I can't have the blinds open after dark. And having the windows open is no question. It's not happening. I even keep a Bible on the nightstand even though I don't believe a word in it. It just feels safer, I guess. Like I need something between me and whatever's out there. I feel stupid writing this. Weak, even. Like I'm betraying everything I've built my identity on. But I cannot get rid of the feeling that something saw me that night. Not just looked at me. It saw me. The real me. And once something like that sees you, you can't go back to pretending the world is normal. I want you to share this, but don't use my real name. Thank you. Anonymous. Reels. Now listen, I am the last person anyone would think would be writing crap like this. I almost didn't send it. I don't want attention. I don't want anyone thinking I'm special or I have some type of sight or ability. I definitely don't want people thinking I'm one of those folks who sees Bigfoot in their cereal and everywhere I look. I used to make fun of people that do that. So let me be real clear up front. I'm not scared of the woods. I'm scared of what's in it. I'm 34 years old. I'm pretty fit. I've lived in Flagstaff most of my life. I've spent half of my weekends on trails. Real trails, too, not the tourist ones. I've camped alone more times than I can count. I know the sounds out there. I know what's normal and what's not. I don't get jumpy over shadows. I don't freeze over animals or coyotes yipping or elks bugling in the distance. I know animal sounds. You get used to hearing those after spending countless hours out there. This was in 2020 in late August. It wasn't wildlife and it wasn't my imagination. I hate even typing that sentence, but there's no other way to put it that doesn't make me feel like a liar. I was on a hike by myself up near Sycamore Canyon. It's not a very popular area, the backside where the old fire roads branch off. I'd gone off trail maybe a quarter mile, just exploring. It was around 6 p.m. I had plenty of light left. The weather was ideal. I was walking a slope that led down into a little clearing with a dead tree in the middle. I remember that tree exactly. It would be hard to forget it. It was lightning split. The bark was peeled down on one side like a ribbon. It looked cool enough I took a picture of it. That's how normal everything felt. The woods just went silent. It wasn't a gradual thing either. They just cut off instantly. You know in the movies when they mute the background. It was that kind of quiet all at once. Even my footsteps sounded muffled, like the ground was just soaking up the sound. I told myself I was just overthinking it. I kept walking, 100 feet more, maybe. I was getting ready to loop back up toward the ridge. I heard something uphill behind me, a soft sound, like something shifting its weight and the dirt moving underneath of it. I turned around thinking maybe it was a deer or another hiker. But the minute I turned, all the sound stopped. I stood there like an idiot for a solid minute, trying to listen to hear another sound. I felt stupid and just kept going. Except, you ever get that feeling in your gut that you're being watched or stalked? Like heat on the back of your neck. I got that. Hard. I walked another 30 seconds and I heard it again. It had moved closer this time. It was the same pattern of 2 or 3 steps and then stop. I thought, great, this is a mountain lion. It's stalking me. That's how they stalk. Except mountain lions don't wait for you to turn around before they get quiet. They don't play games like that. I spun around again, fast, this time trying to catch whatever it was off guard. All I saw was trees, rocks, and brush. I screamed out loud. All right, the joke's over. Yeah, like the forest cares. I took maybe 2 steps forward, and there this thing was, just standing there. It wasn't the whole thing, just movement. I saw it move between 2 trees uphill from me. Something tall. It pulled back like it didn't want me to see it. This definitely was not a person, unless a person was 8 to 9 feet tall and built like a linebacker. The limbs were long, skinny. The shoulders were high. The movement was very smooth, almost like it was gliding across the ground. My stomach dropped to my feet, and I'm not ashamed to admit it. I felt this wave of heat roll through me like my body was saying, whatever that is, you cannot outrun it. I kept thinking the same thing, trying to calm my nerves. It's just a person. That's someone messing with me. But deep down, I knew there was no way it was. I saw it lean out from behind the tree. It was enough for me to see half of the body, the upper half, and the head. It was dog-shaped, large, slanted ears and the outline of a muzzle, longer than any dog could ever be. It looked like a wolf, but standing upright. I only saw it for maybe half a second, but that was plenty enough for my brain to just rebel, like it didn't want to accept the shape. I started moving away, just a single step here and there. I broke. My macho story here. No, I held my ground. I turned and ran, full sprint. I don't remember thinking, I don't remember breathing, I don't remember half of the trail. I just remember the sound of something big pacing me uphill. It was letting me know that it could catch me if it wanted. When I finally reached the fire road, I almost fell on my face. My lungs were burning, but I didn't dare stop or slow down. Even when I couldn't hear anything behind me, I still didn't stop. When I got back to my vehicle, I locked the doors so fast I dropped the keys twice. I sat there for a bit, angry, shaking, embarrassed. I kept saying, "You're an idiot. You ran from nothing. You imagined all of that." Because the alternative, I just didn't want to face it. But here's the kicker. When I got home that night and took off my pack, the back of it had dirt on it, like something had brushed me from behind while I was running. If that doesn't chill you, I don't know what would. I haven't been hiking after. Not once. Every time I try or think about it, I get sick to my stomach, before I can even leave my driveway. All my friends joke that I finally got old and soft, and I laugh along with them because the truth is much worse. The truth is something saw me out there, and I saw it. Something tall, something smart, something that wasn't supposed to exist. And it let me go. That's the part that bothers me most. And I hear other people say the same. Why do these things let everyone go? Or do they? I guess we wouldn't know if the people aren't here to tell us that they didn't get away. What happens next time if it decides not to let me go? That's the exact reason that I stay out of the woods. It's like people that are afraid of sharks. Don't go in the ocean, and you don't have to worry about it. Anyway, that's it. If you read this or not, just don't use my real name. I don't want people trying to find me or think that I chickened out over a shadow, even though that's exactly what I did. Appreciate the time. Anonymous. Reels. You can use the name Patrick here. I'm not sure why I chose that name, it's just the first one that came to mind. That's obviously not my real name, but it'll work. I'm 67 years old and I ran cattle on the same land in western Nebraska for most of my life. My granddad started that ranch. My dad took it over, then me. 3 generations. I figured I'd die out there, same as them. But I sold it last year. All of it. About 260 acres. Gone. My kids still won't talk to me about it because they think I've lost my mind. And maybe I have. I don't even know anymore. What I am sure of is I wasn't safe out there. Not after what happened. And selling was the only way I could get myself to sleep again. Now, I'm not the best at things like this, so this might come out slower and rougher than the rest of your emails. I never thought I would even do one of these. Hell, I used to roll my eyes at all of these shows like yours. I always figured folks were mixing alcohol with lonely nights. But things change when the thing you don't believe in walks out of your own windbreak. This started 3 winters ago, mid-January. It was a cold snap, down around 0 every night. You work fast in that type of weather, and you get inside. I was doing my evening check on the heifers because a couple were close to calving early. The snow had drifted up against the north fence, but that was normal. I was halfway back to my house when my dog started acting weird. He wasn't a scared dog, he wasn't skittish. He was an old border collie, smartest dog I ever had. But that night he kept circling in front of me, whining, almost blocking me like he didn't want me walking toward the west pasture. I got annoyed with him and told him to cut it out, but he still wouldn't move. I had to step around him. As soon as I did that, I heard this sound. It was a low noise coming from the windbreak. A line of old pines my dad planted back in the 70s. At first I thought it was cattle bawling, but it wasn't. This was like the sound had a purpose. It was too deep and it was directed. I shined a light toward the trees. The beam didn't reach far, but it reached far enough to hit a set of eyes. Not normal reflection. These were dark, blood red. They were duller than any eye shine I'd ever seen, and they were too damn high off the ground. I'm a decent-sized fella. I'm 6'2", and these eyes were a lot higher than mine. They were higher by at least 2 heads or more. The dog growled behind me, but it wasn't a warning growl. It was the sound he made before fighting a coyote. He didn't run. He stayed behind me. His tail was tucked. I imagine most folks would be the same as me in this situation. You yell out, something or scream, "Who's out there?" or something stupid. I already knew it wasn't a who, so it was pointless. I think I was just trying to spook an animal away. But it stepped between the trees, and that was all she wrote. I could see it was upright. I could see its chest was as broad as a large television. Its arms were way too long, and its head was shaped like a huge wolf. It looked down at me like it was sizing me up. I remember the steam from its breath. I don't remember moving, but I must have backed up because suddenly the dog was pressed against my legs. It never attacked. I never saw any bluff charges. The thing just stared at me, and that way it was watching was worse. It felt like judgment. I forced myself to move toward the house. I don't even know how I did it. Every step felt like a mistake. I finally made it back and locked the door. First time I'd ever locked the door on that property in my entire life. I sat in the kitchen for about an hour with a shotgun. The dog would not stop pacing around. I told myself it was a fluke, a one-time thing. Whatever that was, it was some freak mutated animal with mange or something of the sort. That lie held together for maybe 2 days. Then the calves started disappearing. That's when I knew I had an actual, real-life problem. They weren't mauled. It wasn't dragged off with signs of a struggle. They were just gone. I found no tracks, no blood trails. I found nothing. One in the west pasture, one in the north, 2 in the lower field. 4 calves were gone in 10 days. I called the county trapper, and he told me mountain lions can do that sometimes. But I've lived around mountain lions my whole life. They'll leave some sort of sign, always. You'll find tracks, drag marks, scat, blood, something. But there was nothing. The windbreak started getting that smell to it, like wet fur and old copper. It's hard to explain, but I knew the smell wasn't right. One night around 3 in the morning, something slammed into the side of the barn so hard the metal rattled. I heard it all the way from the house. I grabbed my shotgun and went out on the porch. I didn't even have to shine a light. I could see it standing by the barn because the moon was full. It looked taller than the first time I saw it, or maybe I was just more scared this time. I don't really know. But it stood there, its arm against the corner of the barn like it was listening or smelling for something inside. I screamed at it. It was a panicked scream. It turned its head quick, snapped it in my direction. The motion was not animal-like. It was too smooth. Looked like a human. I fired a warning shot into the dirt right in front of it. It didn't even flinch. It just looked at me for a few seconds, slowly turned and walked back toward that windbreak like it wasn't scared at all. This thing owned the property now. It made that clear. I was no threat whatsoever. That was the night I decided the ranch wasn't mine anymore. This went on at random times throughout the years. When it would get really bad, I would go out and try to sleep in my truck with the engine running so I could take off fast if I needed to. My kids all said I was losing it. My daughter begged me to sell and move into town. I told her I'd die before I sold that land. Turns out I was wrong. Turns out I would have probably died if I hadn't sold the land. The longer I stayed, the worse it got. There was one point, the last straw for me, was when it tried to open the door and get inside the house. The next day I called a realtor. I sold the place for way less than it was worth. I just packed up, took my dog, and left. It was the hardest thing I've ever had to do, but it was necessary. I'm in a small rental now on the outskirts of town. There's no woods, no windbreaks, no open land. I miss that ranch every day. It feels like I lost a family member. Sometimes I feel like part of me died when I left. But I can actually sleep again. Not great, mind you, but better than before. I still dream about that thing and that windbreak. Sometimes I think I hear something breathing when I'm out back, taking the dog out to use the restroom. I know people will say stress made me see things, or grief, or age, or being alone. But I know the truth. It wasn't the land that changed. It was what came onto it. Once something like that chooses your land, I don't think it's ever really yours again. That's just my opinion. Take it with a grain of salt. Patrick. Reels. This happened last September out here in Virginia, down at the bottom of my driveway where my gate is. I've never told anyone except my brother because people around here run their mouths too much. But I know what I saw that night, and I haven't been the same since. I live at the dead end of a gravel road, nothing but woods behind me all the way into the Jefferson Forest. I've lived out here my whole life. I know every sound, every trail, every animal that runs through this area. I've seen them all. None of that ever bothered me. That night I kept hearing a metal clank like something tapping my gate chain, so I grabbed a flashlight and walked down the driveway. It was around 11:30, because I remember I paused the TV exactly when I went out. It was a normal night. There was nothing strange about it. About halfway down I heard movement in the trees on my right side. Not the normal kind either. This was like it was hitting the ground soft on purpose. I stopped walking, and the sound stopped instantly, the same second. That's what made me think it wasn't a deer or anything wild. I called out, and no one answered. I went to the gate anyway, to check it. Everything was fine. I turned around to go back, and right then I felt a heavy pressure like someone was watching me from across the road. I turned the flashlight toward the ditch, and when the beam hit that thing, I swear it felt like my heart just locked up on the spot. It was standing behind a thin tree, but it wasn't hiding at all. It was tall as hell, and I'm 6 foot. This thing was easily 1.5 feet taller than me, maybe more. It had huge shoulders. Its upper body looked like a person built for a football game or some type of linebacker. But the stance was off. It was leaning forward, kind of like it was going to fall on its face at any minute. It had extremely long arms as well. Its face had a muzzle that came out in the front like a wolf, but the eyes were set more like a man's. The ears were pointed, but they were turned sideways like it was listening to something else besides me. When my light hit the eyes, they reflected a amber color. I didn't run. I knew not to. We stared at each other forever, or what felt like forever. When it finally moved, it just moved one step to the side, and I saw the legs then. They were bent backwards like a dog's, but the whole thing was standing upright and balanced, like it had been standing that way its whole life. That's when something in me broke loose. I started backing up the driveway, slowly. I never took the light or my eyes off of it. I didn't want it making a move when I wasn't looking. It was just watching me as I went back up the driveway. It never moved. I made it almost to the porch before I turned and walked fast the rest of the way. I got inside and locked the door. I stood there listening, but nothing ever followed. It never came up the driveway. It never tried to come closer to the house. The next morning I walked the whole area. The ground was too hard for tracks, but I knew exactly where it had been standing. I still can see it in my head, as plain as day. The height, the shape, the way it held its arms, the way its chest moved when it breathed. Everything about it is burned into my memory. The part that I'm not watering down because I'm not confused at all. This was not a bear. It wasn't a person. It wasn't any animal that belongs in these woods. I don't care who believes me or who doesn't. I know what a wolf looks like. I know what a bear looks like. I know what a man looks like. This thing was a dog man. I saw it clear as day. Nothing will ever convince me otherwise. I don't go down to that gate after dark anymore, and I don't walk that driveway unless I've got a light strong enough to hit the trees. I'm not scared of living here, but I'm not stupid either. If it wanted to hurt me, it would have. It didn't. It just made sure that I knew it was there. That alone tells me a lot more is going on in these woods than most people realize. Thank you, Reels. Eldon. Hey, Reels. First off, I'm not doing this to try and convince anyone of anything. I already know what I saw. I've spent too long trying to pretend I didn't know and to come to terms with it. This happened in Colorado back in 2016 when I was living outside Silverton. I was 27. I'm 36 now, and I still haven't been able to shake the memory off me. Back then I worked for a small construction outfit that did jobs up in the mountains. Remote cabins, trailhead structures, little utility sheds, stuff like that. Most of our work sites were up in the high forest areas where you barely see any more people all day. I loved that job. It was quiet, cold, clean air, no traffic, no crowds. The night I'm talking about, we had been repairing a wooden outbuilding near a trail junction about 6 miles outside of town. We were just fixing slats, replacing some hinges, and securing it for the winter season. We were supposed to finish before dark, but the boss had to run back to town for supplies and left me there to finish tightening hardware and packing up. The sun went down fast. The temperature dropped even faster. I remember hearing the wind pick up and thinking I need to hurry because being alone in those mountains after dark isn't smart, even if there's not a giant walking wolf running around. Around the time I got the tools back in the truck, the woods started getting this weird pressure sound, like the wind was blowing harder than it actually was. It wasn't spooky, it was just strange. It was a thing that you notice, but you ignore it because you've been out there 100 times before. I was locking up the back of the truck when I felt something vibrate under my boots. It felt like a heavy thump. I didn't think step at the time because it was just too heavy. I didn't expect to see something of that size. But it was close enough that I heard it clearly. I glanced back toward the trees behind the outbuilding, but it was already getting so dark the trees just looked like one solid wall of black. I grabbed my flashlight from the seat and turned it on, and I didn't see anything. I just chalked it up as an elk or maybe a moose moving off somewhere deeper in the woods. I've run into both. Not a big deal. I was just about to get in the truck when I heard branches moving off to the left. It wasn't breaking, they were just being moved, like something was pushing through them, slowish but deliberately. I shined the light over, and that's when everything inside me just locked up. Between two aspen trunks, maybe 30 yards away, stood something huge. And I mean huge in a way your mind doesn't know what to think when you see it. It was standing upright, shoulders forward, long arms hanging down. The head was... everything about it was wrong. My first thought wasn't even fear, it was confusion. My brain was trying to overlay a person, but couldn't make it match. The moment I lifted the flashlight a little higher and hit its face, my stomach dropped so hard I almost fell forward. Its snout, yeah, a snout. I'm not calling it anything else, that's what it was. It stuck out just enough to show the jaw wasn't human. The ears were pointed, sitting high on the head almost like a German shepherd, but a lot thicker. The eyes reflected back this yellowish amber color. It wasn't super bright, it was more like burning tree sap. I was froze. I wasn't scared stiff, just completely short-circuited, beyond scared stiff. My brain didn't know whether to back away or just stand there. It didn't move for several seconds, it just stared at me. I could see it breathing steadily, so I knew it was real and not my imagination. It was breathing in this heavy rhythm that just didn't seem like a normal thing. Nothing I'd ever seen before, anyway. It wasn't panting, it was controlled. This thing was calm. More than I could say for myself. I took a step back toward the truck door. That's when it leaned out a little more from behind the trees, and the light hit it, the bottom half of it. That's the moment everything clicked. This thing wasn't trying to look human. It wasn't even pretending. It was standing the way it naturally stood, and its legs bent backwards, like a dog standing up, but carried all the weight without shaking. This wasn't my mind playing tricks, and no, it wasn't a bear. I knew immediately I was looking at the thing people call Dogman. I'd heard the word maybe once or twice, but never really cared to pay attention. I care now. I kept backing up until my hand found the handle of the truck door. I didn't want to turn my back to it, but I didn't want to trigger anything. I didn't want to break eye contact. It was sizing me up the entire time. I could feel it. When I finally got inside the truck, I shut the door slowly. I tried not to slam it. I still had the flashlight in my hand. I kept trying to point it out the window, but I didn't see the creature anymore. It had apparently moved back a few feet into the woods, just enough to hide. I turned the key, and when the truck started, it was louder than any other time. It was probably because I was freaked out. I thought that might make it charge or react, but it didn't. Instead, I saw some slight movement again. It wasn't coming forward, but turning around and heading off into the woods. It lost interest, or there was something else out there that it cared more about than me. I backed the truck up the dirt path almost half a mile before I turned around. Once I hit the road toward Silverton, I did not stop. When I got home, I just sat in the driveway with my head on the steering wheel trying to make sense of what had just happened. I won't work those type of sites alone ever again. If the boss needed something finished up there, I told him straight I wasn't doing it alone. I'd come up with any excuse just to avoid being up there near dark. I'm not confused about what I saw. I'm not guessing. I'm not open to other explanations. It was a Dogman. I don't care who believes it. I don't care who thinks what. I know what I looked at, and it was standing on two legs in the dark woods 30 yards away from me. I can't look at the woods or the mountains the same since. Cameron, Silverton, Colorado. Hello. Now, I'm not much for emails or typing long messages, but I've been thinking about sending this for a while. I know I should talk to someone about it, but most people don't actually listen to this kind of stuff. I think you do, so here I am. I'm not good with punctuation or any of that, so this is going to get messy and might be kind of hard for you to read. I hope that's okay. make changes if you need to. Anyway, this happened in western Massachusetts, not far from the New York line. I own a small auto shop that's been in my family since the 80s. The building sits by itself on an old back road beside a patch of woods that go way farther than they look. I've seen every animal out here, even a bobcat a few times. There's nothing out here that gives me the creeps. This, on the other hand, this wasn't usual activity. This was something else. It was 2 years ago, October, 2 nights before Halloween. It was around 9 or 10 at night. I was at the shop late because I was finishing up a brake job for a regular who needed her car early the next morning for work. I had the radio going. One bay door was cracked open for some fresh air. About 20 minutes before I wrapped up, the radio started cutting in and out really bad. Static, then clear, then static. That part didn't bother me too much because reception out there is garbage anyway. I just turned the volume down and kept working. I heard something outside maybe 10 minutes later, walking, banging around back there behind the building. I figured it was a raccoon or maybe a stray dog sniffing around the dumpster. I grabbed a rag and wiped my hands, and I went to step out to check. The air felt strange the second I reached the door. It wasn't cold or hot, it was just heavy, like the whole place was sucking in air but not breathing it out, if that makes sense. I hadn't taken no more than 2 steps outside, and the hair on my arms and neck stood up like I walked into static electricity. I don't know how to explain it any better than that. I stopped in the doorway because something in my gut was telling me not to walk past the concrete pad. I heard the sounds again, bigger this time. This wasn't little bangs and steps, this was something big, something heavy, something walking behind the back wall of the shop. I thought someone was back there messing around, maybe trying to steal something, or dig through the scrap pile. I yelled out, "Hey, who's back there?" Just normal, not angry. Whoever or whatever it was stopped moving instantly. I waited about 5 seconds, then stepped out another foot or two. That was when I was hit with the smell. Musky, but not like a skunk. More like a wet dog that had been running and sweating. An animal smell, but not one that I recognized right away. I walked slow around the corner of the building with my flashlight in hand. I wasn't scared yet, but I was being cautious. I still thought this was a person. The light hit the gravel, then the trees, and right there between 2 dumpsters, half shadowed but plain as day, once the flashlight hit it, was something standing upright. I don't mean crouched, I don't mean hunched, I mean standing, shoulders forward, head angled down a little like it didn't even care that I was seeing it. My brain and body both froze up for a second because I thought I was seeing someone in a costume at first, until I realized the legs were bent the wrong way like a dog's would be. But the whole upper body was tall and built and standing, balanced. No wobble at all, no moving, shifting weight. This thing was steady. When the flashlight went up to the face, that's when everything in me went completely cold. The head was canine. The snout was canine, long, thick. Not huge like a cartoon wolf, but long enough that you could tell this wasn't a man. The ears were lifted and pointed forward in a weird way. Its eyes were a pale gold color. They were reflecting enough that they did not look normal to me for some reason, even in the reflection. I didn't even think about running. I don't even know if I breathed for the first few seconds. The thing didn't seem to care about me being there and didn't even move at all. I never saw it move once. All it done was just look at me. I just kept whispering, "There's no way, there's no way," without even realizing I was saying it out loud. When it heard my voice, its ears twitched back a little, then forward again. That was the only movement. I felt my hands start to shake, so bad I almost dropped the light. I'm not ashamed to say that I urinated all over myself. I stepped back. Every instinct in me, every instinct I had was telling me, do not turn your back on this. The thing tilted its head to the right like it was trying to study me. It didn't seem aggressive, not ready to attack. It almost seemed curious. I kept going toward the bay door. It stayed between the dumpsters, never taking a step toward me or away from me. The only sound was its breathing, or my breathing. I don't really know for sure. When I finally reached the shop door, I slipped inside and shut it without slamming it. I locked it and turned off the overhead lights so I could look through the small window without being seen. It was definitely still there. It still hadn't moved, and it was still staring toward the building. After maybe a minute, it turned its whole body and walked back toward the trees. Its stride was insanely long, way too long for a person. It didn't drop to all fours, it didn't take off running, it just walked back into the woods like it lived there. I sat down on the shop floor right after it was out of sight because my legs just finally gave out. Seeing something like this will definitely affect you in ways you can't describe. I stayed there for at least 10 minutes, trying to get my breathing under control. I know what I saw. I don't know what it was, but I know damn well what it wasn't. I'm so tired of people telling me that I mistook it for a black bear. I've seen black bears since I was a kid. I've seen them in daylight and at night. This was not a bear. Not in any universe. Everyone thinks I'm paranoid because I'm spooked when I get close to behind that building alone after dark. My daughter especially thinks I'm paranoid. But I know what walked out of those woods. Nothing else fits. This had to be a dogman. Ron, in western Massachusetts. Reels. I'm 58 years old. I've lived in Wyoming all my life. I got no reason to make anything like this up or try to scare someone. I'm not the kind of man who sits down and writes emails either. I don't really do computers much besides checking cattle auctions and the weather. So if this comes out weird, that's why. I'm only doing this. I'm only sending this because I haven't talked to a soul about it, and it's been chewing at me. And people say just talking about it can help. This happened early this spring, out near Buffalo, about 7 miles outside town where the old ranch roads cut through the open fields. I was checking a section of fence along the back side of my property. We'd had bad windstorms the week before, and I needed to see if anything got blown down. I took my side-by-side out there around 6:30 in the evening. The sun was still up, but it was dropping. You know how it gets out here. The sky goes orange and purple, and that's about it for the daylight. It'll be dark soon after. The wind was low. The air was cool. It was nothing out of the ordinary, nothing to make me feel uneasy. I parked near a fence post that had tilted sideways and started working on resetting it. I wasn't in a hurry, just had my gloves on, some pliers, and a little bit of coffee sitting on the back rack. The first weird thing I noticed was how quiet the field got. It was quiet in a way that just didn't feel normal. No wind through the grass, there was no birds calling out before bed. Even the cattle in the lower lot weren't making any sounds. It felt like the whole place just paused. I stood up and looked toward the tree line that borders my north pasture. It's not a thick set of woods, just some cottonwoods and a few pines running along the creek line. But something was in there. My instincts told me that it was in there watching me. I could feel it before I even saw anything. I took a few steps toward the creek because I thought maybe a stray cow had wandered off. But then I heard a sound that didn't match any cow, elk, or coyote I've ever heard. It wasn't a growl, it was more like this deep huff. It was powerful, like something big letting all the air out of its lungs hard through its nose. I knew right then and there I wasn't dealing with something normal. I kept looking and saw movement. It was something dark stepping forward, slowly. Big. I don't mean big like a deer or even tall like a man. I mean, this thing was big enough that the trees looked small next to it. It walked out just far enough for me to see the outline. My first thought was, that's standing too tall. My second thought was, those legs ain't right. And my third thought didn't come because my brain just stalled out after that. It stood on two legs, straight, very balanced, huge wide shoulders. The head was long in the front like a wolf's snout, but the eyes were forward like a person's. Its ears were long, pointed, and sitting high on its skull. I don't understand the dog man. This thing looks like a walking wolf. That's the best name I would think would fit this creature. Anyway, that's just my opinion. I've run into wolves twice on this land over the decades. A wolf can't stand like that, and they're not that big. They don't look like that. They sure as hell, like I said, don't come in this size. Its chest looked thick as a damn oil barrel. Its arms were long and skinny, and it appeared to have hands instead of paws. They were almost dragging the ground, hanging past its knees. I remember thinking it looked like it could pick up a hay bale with one hand and just throw it. I just stared because I couldn't think of anything else to do. I did see the eyes and something weird about them as well. They were a burnt orange color, dull, but I only saw the color flash once. That's what's strange. It flashed like a light turning on and then going off, but when it came on I could tell it was looking straight at me. It took a step forward and the dirt under its foot thumped in a way you feel more than you hear it. It's like the ground had weight dropped on it. The wind barely moved, but the grass around it shifted like the thing displaced the air around it. I know how that sounds, and I don't care. I didn't reach for my rifle. I didn't grab the fence tool. I didn't even look away. I knew if I did anything sudden, I'd be done for. It wasn't acting afraid. It wasn't showing anger that I could see, but it was focused on me in a way that made my whole body feel like it was shrinking. I was definitely being looked at as prey. I slowly stepped back toward the side-by-side. I would not recommend anyone turning their back on any type of predator, not even once. That thing watched every inch that I moved, like it was waiting to see if I was going to run. I think it wanted me to run. I think it would have chased me down, and I don't think I would be writing this now. I think I took the sport out of the hunt, and that's why I'm still alive. When I did get to the side-by-side, I reached behind me and felt for the door handle. The second I touched it, the creature moved like it didn't like that movement. It was just a small motion, but it was enough to make me stop dead still. I held my hand there until I felt steady enough to open the door without jerking it. Then I eased it open slow and slipped inside. The whole time the creature didn't take its eyes off of me. Now this is the part where I can't tell you if it chased me, if it ran away, if it just stayed there watching, I don't know. As soon as I sat down, I shut the door, turned the key, and fired it up and took off across the field. I never looked back. Again, I have no idea where it went or what it done. Honestly, nor do I care. I just wanted to get out of that situation. I didn't tell my wife. I didn't tell my kids, who are grown, either. They'd think I was losing my mind, I'm sure of it. But I'm quite confident in knowing what I saw. I'm too old to mistake something like that. I know every animal that moves across these plains and hills. Whatever these things are, they're not an animal from here. They're not a man, and definitely not a bear or elk or anything people try to use as explanations. I don't care what anyone else says. You can call it what you want. I think Dogman is silly, as I said before. I saw a walking wolf. That's what I saw. I saw it as clear as I'm seeing this keyboard right now. I've tried to steer clear of that creek line, especially if I'm alone. I haven't seen it since, but I'm going to keep my fingers crossed and keep praying that I don't. I wouldn't wish that on anyone, even my worst enemy. Thanks. Harlan, Buffalo, Wyoming. Hey, Reels. I've typed this out about 15 times over the last couple years, not just for your channel, but for many others that I've considered sending it to. I've always chickened out. I just hate the idea of people thinking that I'm making something up. You get tired of being laughed at after a while. My encounter happened in 2011, and I still have nightmares at least twice a week. Once you see one, there's just no escaping it after that. I grew up in a small place right on the Arizona-Texas line. Around here, half the folks don't even lock their doors, and the other half know every bump and bend in the road by memory. The desert out here is something you don't really get unless you've lived in it. It's cold as hell at night, dry air that feels like it's pulling water right straight out of you. Miles of open nothing, where sound travels farther than you would expect. Back then I worked late shifts at a small gas station off the highway. Not a big chain station, just an old station. My shift ended at midnight. I'd drive the same back road home every night instead of taking the highway. It shaved about 10 minutes off the trip and kept me away from traffic. It was a straight road for the most part. There were patches of scrub brush, mesquite trees, and long stretches of dirt where the pavement never really got finished. I had driven that road so many times I could have done it blindfolded. This one night, though, it changed everything I thought I knew about that stretch of desert. I clocked out a little after midnight, got in my Ford Ranger, and headed toward home. The sky was clear, and I remember it was a full moon overhead. The stars were bright enough to see the edges of the mountains way off in the distance. It was a quiet night. I had the radio on, and it felt louder than usual, even when it's turned down. A few minutes into my drive, I saw something move across the road up in front of me. It was quick, fast enough that I almost missed it at first. I thought it was a stray dog or coyote cutting across the road, but it was too big. It was tall, and it was walking upright like a person. I was forced to slow down because my mind didn't catch up with what my eyes had seen right away. I rolled forward for a bit, maybe 20 or 30 more yards. That's when my headlights hit something standing off the right side of the road in the scrub brush. Now be clear, it wasn't hiding. It wasn't crouched down trying to not be seen. This thing was standing there like a statue, like it had been waiting for me to get close enough to see it. I think it wanted me to see it. It had every opportunity, ample time to disappear, hide, go out of sight, but it chose to stand there and wait. Why would any animal do that? The headlights hit it in the face first. I don't care who thinks this sounds crazy. I'm tired of being laughed at. I don't even care. It looked like a damn wolf standing on two legs. It had the typical canine snout. It was similar to a German shepherd's or a wolf. The eyes were dead on forward like a person's. It had wide shoulders, its chest was thick. The body looked too big to even be real. It was just too tall, too built, too stable for something standing upright like that. My chest tightened up, my hand started shaking on the steering wheel even before I realized I was braking. All I can remember is whispering to myself, no, 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 over and over, without even thinking about it. I wasn't scared like a horror movie scare. It was more like my body suddenly understood I wasn't looking at something natural. I rolled to a complete stop without meaning to. The truck idled rough because it always did in the cold. The second I stopped moving, the dogman leaned forward just a little, almost like it was sniffing. I swear on my life, that small lean forward scared me more than anything I've ever lived through. Its shoulders rose as it breathed in. I saw the chest expand. I saw the way the moonlight hit the fur on its arms. I saw the ears turn like it was picking up sounds from different directions all at once. I saw the eyes reflect a pale, washed-out yellow. Not bright, not glowing, just alive, intelligent. I slammed the truck in reverse without taking my eyes off of it. I didn't turn around. I didn't blink. I didn't look for anything else. I backed up slow because the road was narrow, and if I swerved off into the ditch, I was done. It started walking toward the edge of the road when I started moving. It was moving slow, just one casual step like it wanted me to know it could close the distance if it felt like it. I felt this wave of sick heat run through my whole body, fear mixed with something else, like my instincts were screaming that I shouldn't be anywhere near this thing. I finally turned the truck just enough to angle it back toward the direction I came from. Once I was lined up, I just floored it. I could barely see out my mirror from the dust, but I tried to look anyway. I did see the creature had stepped out completely onto the road now. It was just standing dead center. As it faded further and further away, it never chased me. It just watched me go. It let me go. Once I got away from there, away from it, I was weak. I felt like I'd been drained from the inside out. I didn't tell a soul. I didn't tell co-workers, not friends. I didn't tell my parents. No one. They'd all just chalk it up to a long shift, or maybe it was a weird coyote. I'm not interested in being laughed at anymore. Not interested in being told I'm crazy or I'm lying. I'm pretty confident I know what a coyote looks like. I've seen dogs my whole life. I know what people look like as I'm a human myself. I know that sounds stupid, but some people will actually try to tell me that I saw a man. This thing was not any of those. It was a dogman, plain, as day. I saw its full body. I saw its face, its head. I saw it as clear as day in my headlights. I've never taken that road at night again. I'll drive an extra half hour before I'll roll through that area after dark. I don't ever want to see it again. And people that look for these things, people that want to see one, in my opinion, you're insane, and you don't know what you're asking for. And also be careful what you ask for. Sometimes you might get it. Sam.
Hello there, Reels. I wasn't going to send this to you or anyone else at first, but I've just reached the point where I have to share this with someone. It's killing me. Maybe, at least, if I tell you this, it'll help me sleep better at night. I highly doubt it, but it's worth a shot. At the least, I'll believe. Maybe it'll keep someone else from making the same mistakes that I did. Either way, this is the truth, as best I can tell it. I'm a veterinarian. I run a small clinic in Barnesville, Georgia, not very far from Lake Juliet. I've been in this profession for over 25 years. I've treated every animal from horses to ferrets. I've done it all with pride. But I can say with complete certainty that I have never encountered anything like what I'm about to describe to you. None of this makes any sense to me at all. This started back in late August of 2020. The pandemic was still throwing everything off, and people were coming in more sporadically than usual. But we were getting a strange uptick in calls from nearby farmers and ranchers. Folks who'd wake up to find one of their animals dead in the pasture or just missing entirely. In the beginning, I chalked it up to coyotes or wild dogs. That's definitely not an uncommon problem around here. But then one morning I came into work early and found something lying across the front steps of the clinic. It was a goat, or rather, half of one. And I don't mean it had been eaten by scavengers. This thing had been torn clean in two. It was like someone had snapped it in half like a Kit Kat bar. The edges of the wounds weren't jagged like you'd expect with a predator. They were shredded. It appeared to me as though the animal had been twisted apart. There was no note, no blood trail, just this poor animal's remains dumped right in front of my door. Luckily, I was the first one there, and no one else had to see that mess. I did call the sheriff's office, but they didn't really know what to make of it either. They said they'd keep an eye out and see what they could find out, and that was about it. They told me to call back if anything else happened. Yeah, thanks for the help. But I don't really suppose there was a whole lot they could do in that situation. But I digress. I cleaned it up, said a quiet apology and prayer to the animal, and I tried to move on. But it happened again, only 3 nights later. This time it was a sheep, a full-grown, missing its head, and the head was nowhere to be found. I was in shock and very confused. I had no idea what was happening unless the headless horseman was galloping around the clinic. That's when I decided to set up some trail cams around the building. But the strange thing with that is, every time something would happen, the footage would be corrupted. The cameras would just go static for hours. One frame I could see the parking lot. The next frame it was glitching so badly you couldn't make out a thing. I replaced the cameras, used battery backups. I even brought a buddy of mine that's a bit of a wildlife expert to help. But every time something showed up, the cameras would either freak out or they would just completely die. And it did not stop there. Sometimes I'd come in and find claw marks on the side of the clinic. They were deep, too, and these things were very high up on the walls, right next to the edge of the roof. One morning, the metal latch on our back door had been bent in on itself, like someone had tried to rip the door off its hinges. Now, understandably, this is the part where I began to think that it had to be thieves or vandals. But I was wrong. I was so wrong. It all came to a head on a Friday night in early October. I decided to stay late. I told all my techs to go home early, and I locked myself in with a thermos full of coffee, a flashlight, and my dad's old 45. I figured if some punk kids were pulling a sick prank or trying to break in for some weird reason, I'd catch them in the act and scare them straight. I had no intentions of harming anyone. I'm not a violent person at all. Quite the opposite, actually. I just turned off the lights, sat down in my office, and waited for something to happen. It was eerily quiet, not a sound, until around 2:30 in the morning. That's when I heard a noise from outside that sounded like metal dragging against concrete, then something scraping along the back of the building. I jumped into action, grabbed my flashlight, and headed toward the rear exam room, which has a window looking out back. I looked out the window and froze. There was something standing at the edge of the lot just past the gravel drive. At first I thought for sure it had to be a bear because of the size. It was huge. It had to be over 7 feet tall. It was hunched over, but when I shined the light fully on it, my heart just stopped. It was standing on 2 legs, and it had a face that was not a bear. The body looked like a bear, but it was a lot skinnier and a lot taller. The head, however, was definitely wolf in structure. There was no light coming from this creature's eyes. They were just black holes where eyes should be. As the light hit its front limbs, it looked like it used them for arms, and they were extremely long. I shined the light from shoulder down the arms to the hands. It had hands, not paws. And the hands had long, skinny fingers with claws that looked like they were the size of a small steak knife. As soon as it saw me, it started snarling. I could hear it through the wall. I swear it seemed to be more anger than surprise. Within a few seconds, this thing shot from where it was standing right up against the building and placed one hand flat against the window. It was almost like it was telling me if I wanted you, I could get in there. It let out one long, loud exhale, and its breath fogged up the glass. That was it. I raised the pistol, and just to let you know, I'm not very good with firearms. As soon as I aimed, it tilted its head to one side and looked at me like it was somewhat amused, like I was a kid pointing a toy at it. It made this loud grunting sound, and just like a streak of light, vanished into the dark, like it had never even been there to begin with. 1 second it was there, the next second it's gone. No physical, living creature could move that fast. I'm sorry. It's just not possible. These things are not fully physical creatures. There is something else at play here. I called the sheriff again. Nothing they could do. He told me that it had to be a bear. Me, being a person that's worked with animals for the majority of my life, could not convince him otherwise. He seemed to have a scared look on his face, like he believed me, but he couldn't tell me that he believed me, for some reason. I showed him the claw marks in the back door that had been completely mangled, but nobody wanted to deal with this. They didn't even want to talk about it. They just ignored it like it wasn't real and it didn't happen. Since then, I keep a shotgun in the clinic. I'm fully against it, I'll have you know, but I have to have something to protect me and everyone here. I had steel shutters installed on the windows, and I close shop before the sun sets every single day. The mutilated animal stopped after that night, but I have seen it again. Twice, actually. Once in the woods off Purdue Road, and once standing in the tree line near a horse pasture just watching me. I don't really know what these things are, to be honest. I don't really want to. And I applaud you and anyone else that proceeds to go down this path of discovery. You are much braver than me. But I'm going to tell you this now before I close, in case someone else out there is dealing with the same thing and being told they're crazy. You are not. It's real. All of it. And these things know who's watching. Dr. M. Every time I try to talk about this, I feel like I'm losing my grip on reality. It's almost like I shouldn't remember what I saw, but I do. I remember all of it. I'm writing to you from Rogue River, Oregon. I grew up here, moved to Portland for a few years after high school, and eventually just came back. It's peaceful here, and it's home for me. People here keep to themselves. You hunt, fish, chop wood, you hike the backcountry trails, if you're bold enough. And that's what I was doing when all this happened. This was in late summer, early fall of 2022. I had a couple days off work and wanted to get off grid and do some hiking. No cell service, no distractions. I packed up some gear and drove about an hour and a half out near the Grayback Mountain area. There's an old fire trail that branches off one of the Forest Service roads, and if you follow it long enough, you'll hit this big open clearing with a little creek cutting through it. That's where I made my camp. The first day was as expected, just me, the woods, and the sound of the wind moving through the trees. But the second night of me being there was a totally different story. I was in my tent reading with my headlamp. It was pretty late when I heard something deep. It sounded like a growl, but I couldn't really tell for sure as it sounded like it was a bit far away. And there was so much depth to it that I couldn't believe a growl could be that powerful. I felt like it came from the ground up, almost like thunder rumbling underneath the earth. It sounded like it was near the creek, which was probably about 60 yards away. Then another growl answered. This one was higher pitched, but just as intense. The two creatures, whatever they were not calling to each other. It sounded like they were challenging each other. I would soon find out. That's what was happening. I turned off my headlamp and slowly unzipped my tent. My camp was tucked up against some trees, and I crouched down and crept to the edge of the woods so I could see across the clearing without being seen myself. I hid behind a giant tree and saw two massive, upright creatures, each one of them standing on two legs, and each of them built like a monster football player covered in fur. One of them was dark gray, almost charcoal colored, with these enormous shoulders and a wide, thick neck. The other one was more tan or reddish brown. This one was a little leaner but a lot taller than the other one. Both of their heads were shaped like wolves, but bigger and longer. Their eyes were glowing even from where I was watching. One had amber-colored eyes and the other was more of a pale white. They were pacing around each other near the creek, and then, without hesitation or warning, these things just exploded into each other. Now, granted, I've seen a lot of animals fight. I've seen deer spar. I've seen dogs and coyotes tussle. I even saw a black bear tear through a trash can like it was a mortal enemy. But this was a whole different league. This was pure savagery at its core. They slammed into each other with so much force the sound echoed and sounded like trees breaking in half. These things were biting, clawing, and tackling one another. It was like watching two real-life monsters fight. I suppose that's actually what it was. One of them got thrown into a log and it snapped in half just by hitting it. These creatures had to weigh upwards of 400 to 500 pounds. This fight lasted maybe a minute, tops. Could have been a little less, but it felt like an eternity. The tan-colored one got the upper hand. It got its jaws around the gray one's shoulder and lifted it off the ground. They crashed through the creek, knocking over anything and everything in their path like it was nothing. This part I'll never forget. The gray one let out a yelp. It wasn't a wolf yelp or a coyote, it was more human than I was ready for. It was like a person being stabbed. It got back up, barely, and it took off into the woods limping hard. The tan one didn't go after it. It just stood there, breathing heavy, blood running down its side. It stared in the direction the other one had left. Then, and this scarred me for life, it turned its head slowly, directly in my direction. It knew I was there. I didn't move, I just hoped to hell I was hidden well enough behind the trees that it didn't come after me. It stared at me, and eventually it just grunted and walked off into the darkness like nothing ever happened. It wasn't limping. It just disappeared. I stayed awake, terrified the rest of the night. As soon as it was daylight, I quickly packed everything and got out of there. I would say I haven't been back near that spot since, but that's a given. Who in the hell would go back there after that? Hell, I barely even hike at all anymore. I get anxiety now just being out in the woods at all, even in public, well-traveled places. I don't know how I witnessed what I did, but I'm telling you, these aren't just mindless creatures wandering around aimlessly. They fight. They defend territory. And if you're very unlucky, like I was, you might find yourself between two of them. I'll never forget the sounds they made when they slammed into each other. And I'll never forget the eyes. The eyes of that one watching me like it knew I saw something that I wasn't supposed to see. Please be safe out there while recording your videos in the dark. It's not safe, my friend. Thanks for everything, and thanks for reading. Your time is valuable. Trent. Good day, Reels. I've been watching and listening to your channel for about 2 weeks now. I just recently found it as it popped up as a suggested video, and I'm so glad that it did. I love how you get straight to the point, no BS. Anyways, I'll get into what you're asking for. I've been retired for almost 10 years now, and with all the Dogman stuff popping up online the last couple of years, I figure maybe it's time for me to put out there to the public what I experienced and what I know. This was in 2004. I was still driving a school bus for the county. I won't say exactly where, of course, but let's just say it's in rural Ohio. Lots of woods, lots of farmland, and plenty of long, winding back roads for you to get lost on. I had the same route for over a decade by then. You get to know the timing of everything. The fog coming out of the hollows, the hot spots for deer crossings, which stretches of road ice up faster than others. I could go on and bore you to death with school bus talk, but I imagine that's not going to be very interesting to most folks. The road I was on was County Road 12. This may sound somewhat childish to some, but if everyone would just admit it out loud, things like this happen to everyone. What I mean by this is, this road gave me the creeps in the mornings. But it was just a feeling, nothing ever actually happened to make me feel that way. Until this, that is. It was very early in the morning. It was still dark. I only had 2 kids on board so far, and I was coming around a sharp bend when, standing up ahead right in the middle of the road, was this thing. My first thought, I'll be honest, was, what in God's name is that? It was the size of a moose, and from my knowledge, Ohio don't have moose. I'm here to tell you this thing was big. Luckily, the kids on board weren't really paying close attention, and I didn't want to scare them, traumatize them for life. So I started slowing down casually. As I got closer, my headlights lit it up pretty bright. That's when I got a good look at what I was facing. Before I describe this thing's features, just put yourself in my position. Not only am I now in fear for my safety, not knowing what I'm looking at, but I have two small children in my care that are now in danger as well. So that just added many more layers onto my fear level. Now I want to be really clear on what I say next, and you can try to picture this if you will. It's standing on all fours like an animal, like I said, the size of a moose. As soon as the headlights hit it, in one single motion it snapped its stare directly at me and quickly stood up, onto two legs. Now when I tell you, standing upright, this thing was probably close to 10 feet. Trust me, if it wasn't 10 feet, it was very close. It is the biggest living, breathing thing that I have personally seen with my own eyes. It was covered in long, thick hair. It was dark, but it wasn't exactly black, but very close. I would say more of a dark gray color, very dark gray. This thing's shoulders from side to side were close to being as wide as a tractor tire. This thing wasn't hunched or leaning forward like other encounters I've heard. This old dude was just standing straight as an arrow, but it did have those long, skinny, dangling arms hanging down at both sides. As soon as it turned to face the bus, I could see its eyes light up, a really dark amber, almost orange color. It didn't even move right away to try to get off the road. It just stood there like we were playing a game of chicken. I didn't really know what to do. My instinct was to protect the kids, of course. But it wasn't like I could floor it and run this thing over. It was just too big, even for a bus. It looked solid, very muscular, like it could probably rip that bus apart if it wanted to. This was a top-tier predator, without a doubt. After 5 or 6 seconds at the most, it stepped off the road and just disappeared into the trees on the right side. Just like that. No sound, no crashing or thrashing through the woods. It was just silent and it was gone. I just kept rolling past through there, slow, trying to process what the hell I'd just seen, and trying not to throw up. Then one of the worst things that could have happened. One of the kids directly behind me, a young girl. I know her family very well. She was about 8 years old at the time. She popped up from behind me. I didn't even know she was paying attention. I'll never forget her little voice. She said, "What was that animal, Mr. D?" I quickly told her it was probably just a bear, sweetheart, just a really big one. Everything's fine. But we all know that it's not a bear, even though that's the most common mistake with seeing these things. Bears don't walk like that. They don't stare at you like that, and they sure as hell don't have hands and a wolf head. I did not report this. I would have probably lost my job, if not worse. A guy driving a school bus full of kids sees Bigfoot or a werewolf. Not only would I be laughed out of the district, it would have completely ruined me and my family's reputation. So I just kept my mouth shut and tried my best to forget about it. Newsflash. You can't forget something like that. But the thing is, after that morning, I had to try and change my route a little bit. I only changed it by a few minutes, a few times, but I did in fact find a way to avoid that stretch of road entirely. I told the dispatcher there was a tree down and made it unsafe. Of course that was a lie, but it worked for that day. I just didn't want to drive through there again. After the downed tree incident, no one ever really asked me anymore, so I just avoided that stretch of road from then on. Even now I think about it sometimes. I hope one day we can actually find out what these things are. I sure would like to know what it was that I saw that morning. I know in the dogman world there's a fence that people usually stand on one side or the other. This is very controversial, but I stand on the physical creature side of the fence. This thing was huge and shouldn't exist, but it never displayed any supernatural type abilities. I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm just telling you what I think after witnessing what I did. I don't have a lot of information to go off of, as none of us do. As my encounter also did not last very long at all. I hope to hear this on your channel. I'll be listening. And I hope I typed everything out in a way that's easy for you to narrate. Thanks for reading, bud. Your friend and subscriber, Mr. D. Reels. I've never told this to anyone except for my older brother. And actually, he's the one who pushed me to send this in after we listened to one of your Dogman episodes together last month. Back in 2014, I was living outside of Hot Springs, Arkansas. I was 24 at the time and working odd jobs. Lawn care, cleaning out properties, whatever I could find. One of my regular gigs was for this property manager who handled a bunch of rundown places that people had either abandoned or couldn't sell. One day he asked me to clean up a trailer out near Jesseville that had been sitting empty for years. He said someone bought the land, but the trailer itself was beyond saving and just needed to be gutted before they hauled it away. This place was about as forgotten as it gets. Overgrown driveway, almost completely covered. The woods pressing in from every side. When I pulled up, it looked like the kind of place where someone just walked away and never looked back. The front door was halfway hanging off the hinges. All the windows were busted out. Parts of the roof had caved in on one end of it, and you could smell mildew all the way outside. I parked a little ways off and started unloading my tools. It was really quiet out there, but I didn't pay it much attention. It was a stillness that makes you feel like you're not supposed to be there. But I had work to do, so about 15 minutes in, I was tearing out some old cabinets when I heard something outside. It was in the woods behind the trailer. It was heavy movement, and it sounded like footfalls. This wasn't skittering like a squirrel. This was actual footsteps. I went into defense mode because my only thought was someone was walking through the woods behind the trailer, and why would someone be all the way out here? But then it stopped, and I didn't hear anything else for a long time. I just kept on working, trying to ignore it so I could get out of there. But the feeling of being watched only got stronger the longer I was there. At one point, I stepped outside to take a smoke, and that's when I saw something standing way out in the trees. It was just far enough away that I couldn't make out any fine features or details. But it was close enough to see that it was big, way bigger than a man, and it was standing upright. It wasn't moving at all, it was standing perfectly still, half hidden. I stared at it for a long time, and it never twitched or shifted an inch. The weirdest part was the shape of it. It had these big, broad, boulder shoulders, very long arms, and its head was set forward, hunched, and the ears, or whatever they were, stood up. It reminded me so much of a German shepherd's silhouette. Or I've also heard people say the Anubis god creature. It did look like that as well. But the body was really broad and thick, way too thick through the chest. My brain was scattered all over the place trying to come up with a solution to what I was seeing. But the more I looked, the more less sense it made. I backed into the trailer and grabbed a crowbar. It was the only thing I had. I hadn't planned on fighting anyone or anything, so I didn't really have any weapons. I just wanted to have something in my hand if it came down to a fight. After maybe a minute or two, I peeked back out, and it was gone. That should have been my cue to leave, but I'm pretty stubborn and hard-headed, and I still wanted to finish the work. Honestly, I was more confused at that moment than I was scared. I stayed out there about another hour, keeping my ears open the whole time. I didn't see it again, but I could feel it. Whatever that thing was, it hadn't gone very far. On the way out, just before getting back to my truck, that feeling of not being alone was so thick you could cut it with a knife. I told my boss I'd finished the job, but I didn't take any more work out that way. Something about that land out there. It didn't want me there. Just didn't feel right, and I haven't gone back. I don't care if anybody believes me, I'm not that person. I know what I saw, and I don't need you or anyone to verify it for me. Right on, brother. I still get chills when I think about it, watching me from those woods like it was deciding whether it should come closer or not. From other encounters I've heard, I'll count my blessings and consider myself lucky. Thanks, man. K.
Reels. First off, I just want to say thank you for giving folks like me a place to share stuff like this. I try not to talk about this very much, even with close friends and family, because most people either laugh or they think you're crazy. But I can assure you, and everyone else, what I saw was definitely real, and it's something that I'll never be able to not think about. It was October 2017. I was driving home from my buddy's house out near Tellico Plains in Tennessee. It's just a little country road with woods on both sides. I was a few miles from home, and it was around 1 in the morning probably when this happened. I hadn't seen another car in at least 10 to 15 minutes. I could see something moving on the side of the road just up ahead, slowing down as I didn't want to hit a deer or something. Didn't want something to dart out in front of me and accidentally hit it. But this was definitely not a deer, unless they're 8 feet tall and can stand and walk on their hind legs. This thing was fully vertical, just like you and I would be, except it wasn't human. As I said, this thing was probably 7 to 8 feet tall. It had a bulky upper body. I could see the outline in my headlights. It was completely covered in something that looked like dark fur. It had these huge, wide shoulders and a head that was a clone of a wolf, but it was giant. It was looking at my car as I approached, and its eyes were burning yellow. I almost came to a stop about 50 feet away from it. It stood there just for a second, and then, without any warning, it took a step toward the road like it was about to cross in front of my car. I didn't know for sure what it was going to do. Hell, I didn't even know for sure what I was looking at. So I floored it, and as I flew past this thing, I glanced in the mirror, and it was chasing after me on 2 legs. It kept up with me up until about 45 or 50 miles an hour. Maybe a couple seconds. But that was enough, seeing that something that big could move that fast. It's just something that changes your life in many ways. As soon as I hit town, I pulled straight into the first gas station. I went inside and stood there staring at snacks and drinks, shaking for about 15 minutes, as I didn't want to sit in my car. It didn't feel safe out there. I kept looking around, half expecting that thing to come crashing inside the store after me. I never laid eyes on anything like that ever again. Of course, I don't let this thing keep me from driving these roads, as it's necessary to use them from time to time. But I do think about it if I'm driving on a back road, especially at night, with any kind of forested areas around. Thanks for letting me share, brother. Keep doing what you do. Mike H. My man Reels. What's up, buddy? Your channel is the bee's knees when it comes to dogman encounters. I have encountered one myself, and it happened in 2013 when I was only 19 years old. Me and my friends, Jason and Cody, decided to take a little camping excursion in the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. None of us were what you would call die-hard outdoorsmen or anything. We were just some wild teenagers looking to get out and have a wild couple days in the woods where we could just cut loose and not worry about making noise or being hassled by cops. We picked a spot way off one of the forest roads. We hiked in about a mile or so and set up camp in the nearest clearing we could find. All day that first day, everything was completely fine, as you would expect from any camping experience. But as soon as it started getting dark, the atmosphere changed. I don't know the exact time for sure, but it was pretty late. We were all still up. We all started hearing these crunching, stepping sounds. It sounded like there was someone, maybe a couple people, outside circling our camp. This wasn't like deer steps or something smaller like a possum or a raccoon. It sounded like something sneaking around. The steps were slow and heavy and stealthy. You could hear the leaves crunch, obviously under something that had some significant heaviness behind it. Jason thought it could be a bear, so we killed the fire a little and just sit there listening. Everything got quiet, and we thought this thing had left as we heard no more footsteps for quite some time. That's when the growls started. I can't even describe it to you, although having your own encounter, I think you know what it sounds like. But I'll try to explain it for anyone else that may be hearing this. If you decide to read this, it was deep enough that you felt it more than you would hear it. It made my whole body tense up and my muscles all but cramped, and I couldn't move. Cody whispered that he could see something just inside the trees. I don't know how it's possible because it was freaking pitch black out there. I couldn't see a thing. But I found out he was right because I grabbed a flashlight and turned it on. And sure enough, right where he was pointing and looking at the edge of the trees, maybe at most 30 yards out, there was a figure, a tall figure, a hunched over, humpback looking stance figure. It definitely had a bit of eye shine. It was reflecting back at us. It looked like it had a dog head, but the body was different. It was broader in its chest area and was shaped somewhat like a man covered in fur. It stood there watching us for 5 or 10 seconds, then it disappeared like it just melted into the woods. And it didn't make a single solitary sound as it left. We didn't hear it again for the rest of the night. We sit there together in terror, each of us holding our flashlights with not a single form of anything to defend ourselves at all. There was one little hatchet that we brought with us for firewood. That's all we had, and that would be like having a popsicle stick trying to fight this thing, I would imagine. But we managed to make it until first light, and as I said, nothing else happened. We made our way out of there as fast as humanly possible. We didn't stop for anything, we just got out. Every now and then one of us will mention it, and we briefly discuss it, but Jason, on the other hand, he just refuses to talk about it, and he won't go camping anymore, even though it's been 10 years. Cody jokes about it, but I can tell he's still emotionally scarred from it deep down. I know I am for sure. I myself have nightmares all the time. Anyways, I appreciate you reading this, and to anyone else, whether you believe in this stuff or not, something real is out there, and I don't care if you believe me, and neither does the things out there in the woods. Stay safe. RP. I hope this email finds you in good spirits, Reels. I just discovered your channel about a week or so ago, and it has become part of my daily routine. I listen while I work on cars in my garage. Hearing so many others that have suffered and luckily survived these terrifying scrapes with these monsters. My encounter happened to me years and years ago. My name is Derek. I'm 45, born and raised in Randolph County, West Virginia. I've been hunting since I was old enough to walk behind my dad through the woods. Out here, it's just part of life. Hunting and fishing, all kinds of outdoor activities. It's an everyday thing. The woods have always been a second home to me. But I'll tell you, after seeing a dog man in 2009, I just don't go very deep into the woods anymore. Not by myself, anyway. And not armed completely to the teeth. It was November, right at the peak of deer season. I had a spot way out beyond Bowden. I mean, this is some pretty rough terrain out there, and there's zero cell service, which, in one hand, is ideal for a hunter, and then on the other, not so much. You don't need your phone ringing, dinging, vibrating, making a bunch of racket, and you also may need it if an emergency takes place, so it's kind of a 50-50 on that situation. Anyway, I parked at the trailhead before sunrise and walked in about 2 miles to a stand I had built with my cousin the year before. The morning was dead quiet. There was not even a squirrel running around yet. I don't even think the wind was blowing, if I remember right. I also remember thinking how odd that was, but I had seen this several times before in my life, and nothing ever happened, so I just kind of brushed it off. I proceeded to climb into the stand, loaded my rifle, and settled in for a good hunt. I'm confident in saying it was about 2 hours after first light that I caught a bit of movement down in a holler. I thought for sure this was going to be a big shooter buck. I could see a shape, and it was a big shape. It was weaving through the trees. It was slightly low to the ground, but it was moving really fast. But it was also moving smooth. I shouldered my gun so I could look through the scope and get a better look. And good God Almighty, that's when I realized I was looking at something else entirely. Something that I just couldn't believe or understand. I'll describe to you now as best I can what I saw that morning. It had a body that was built very similar to a bear, but it was more cut, more lean. Its limbs were long and skinny in its stomach area, and limbs favored an animal that was starving, a bit malnourished, if you would. But its chest, on the other hand, said differently. It had no neck, and the chest was very thick and broad. I wouldn't really say muscular, but it was definitely thick. It had a canine head, long snout, sharp ears, and its eyes appeared to be glowing faintly even in the sunlight. Its posture reminded me of a drunk person that had fell on their face and was trying to get up, but they were still slumped forward, almost on the verge of falling back down. Its fur was a dark brown or black, possibly. This thing didn't walk like anything I've ever seen. It was down on all fours, but not in a natural way. It was, like I said, leaning forward, more like it was crouching, almost dragging itself low to the ground. Every fiber of my being was telling me not to move, and to even hold my breath as long as I could. I did not have a clue what I was looking at the time, but I could tell that it was probably something not good for me to meet, or to have it spot me. It moved through the holler, and that's when it stood up on 2 legs to its full height. I would say this creature was easily between 6 and 7 feet, maybe more. It started sniffing the air like a dog would, and it turned its head slowly, scanning the woods. It felt like it was on something's trail, following a scent, maybe hunting. I lowered my rifle right then and there. There was no way I was taking a shot at something like that. I just sit there. My heart was beating so hard my whole body was vibrating with each pump. I wouldn't even guess at the time frame, but it felt like forever, until it finally dropped back onto all fours and loped off into the woods, moving at an impossibly fast rate. Within just a couple of seconds, it was completely gone and out of sight. I sit there in that stand, scared to move until it was almost dark. I knew I had to make a decision. I was just too scared to climb down, but I finally forced myself to do so and get out of there before it got dark. As scared as I was to climb down, the fear of being stuck out there the entire night with that thing was much worse. It took me forever to climb down as I tried to not make a sound, and I also was trying to listen to make sure it didn't sneak up on me. I moved as quietly and as quickly as I could. I felt like I was being watched the whole way back. Thank God nothing else took place on the way out. I never told my cousin or my hunting buddies. This is the most I've ever spoke about it, besides to my wife, since it happened. I haven't hunted by myself in a very long time, and I really don't have a desire to. You don't know how hard that is for me to admit. Being raised the way I was raised, to admit that I'm scared to go in the woods alone is not exactly something that's accepted very well. I'll still go out occasionally with a big group and a high-caliber weapon, but even then I'm always very jumpy. I just don't trust the woods anymore. They're not what I thought they were. And there are creatures out there that I never knew existed. I mean, if dogmen are real, what else is out there? You know they're not the only ones, right? Even now, when it's dark, even around my home, I still get that same gut feeling that I'm being watched from the trees. I don't know if I'm actually being watched or if it's just the trauma of the past event. Maybe it's just anxiety and paranoia. Who knows? I hate that the woods is no longer a place of safety and tradition for me, but somewhere where you're not top of the food chain as you thought. Please don't go looking for these things. I promise you, if you do see one, it'll be something that will change your life forever. Stay safe, Reels. Derek. I'm not gonna say my name or even my screen name. I've been a quiet listener of your channel since you had about 500 subscribers. I've always known this day would come, but I've put it off for far too long. I'm a 32-year-old female that grew up and I still live in Circleville, Ohio. This happened to me when I was 25. I'm not much of a quote-unquote country girl, but I do love the outdoors. Back then I was training for my first half marathon, and I used to run 5 or 6 days a week on these old trails that cut through some farmland and patches of woods south of town. That should be specific enough, as I don't want someone going out there and getting hurt or something worse happening. This thing could still be there, and if not that one, there could be another one. I will not contribute any information that will help someone else go missing. Sorry if that offends you or makes you mad. As many times as I've had one out there, I'd never felt strange, never felt uneasy. Nothing weird had ever happened. It was always just peaceful, and I enjoyed my time out there very much. But one afternoon in late summer, early fall, this creature made an appearance into my world. It was late September 2018, somewhere around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. It was perfect weather for a long run. It wasn't too hot, there was a small, cool breeze. It was perfect. The trail I was on ran along a line of overgrown cornfield and patches of woods. Not many people use these trails. That's why I liked them. I always had a fear of being in the woods alone, but it wasn't due to any type of wildlife or animal. It's the nutty people that scare me the most. About 3 miles into my run, I pulled out my earbuds to stop and take a drink of water. Everything had gotten strangely quiet. I put one earbud back in and was about to put the other one in and continue on my run, and I heard something that just sent chills through my entire body instantly. I heard this growling, sort of growling type sound. It wasn't very loud, but it was low and had a lot of bass to it. It was coming from the cornfield just off to my left. My first thought was maybe I should climb a tree if this is a coyote or a stray dog. I don't want to get bit. As I'm looking around to find a tree that would be easy for me to climb, I saw something moving up ahead where the trail bent to the right. It was something large. It was way larger than any dog or coyote. It was on all fours like a dog, but when it stepped halfway out of the corn, my brain almost exploded. My worldview shattered in that moment. The thing was black or really dark gray in color. It was kind of hard to tell exactly. The first thing that caught my attention was the ears. It had tall, pointed, dog-type ears, and they were twitching like a predator that was listening for the location of its prey. Its head was shaped like a German shepherd's, and the body was muscular and bulky. It was standing on two legs now that it was fully visible. When I first saw its head emerge in the front half of it, its body came out of the corn. It was on all fours, and it, without any problems or issues at all, just raised itself up onto two legs like it was totally normal for it to do so. It was a very strange movement, as it just lifted its front limbs off the ground and continued to use what I would say lower back muscles to just raise its torso up to the upright position. A better way to explain this is it's like someone had a rope tied to this thing's torso and was pulling it up to help it stand. It's like it was floating into position. It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life. It was probably 40 or 50 yards away from me. It was just standing there, one clawed, weird-shaped hand resting on an old fence post that divided the trail from the cornfield. It had its nose up and it was sniffing the air. I could see its chest rising and falling as it was breathing. The fastest movement I've ever seen. This thing twitched a few times and snapped its head in my direction instantly and locked eyes with me. I don't even know how to describe the feeling. My first thought was to run, but my legs just wouldn't move. I was sort of paralyzed, hypnotized even. I just couldn't move. It took a few steps in my directions and stopped again. It lowered down into a hunched forward stance and started flexing its fingers like closing its palms and then opening them over and over. I saw this snarled look on its face, and it almost appeared to be smiling at me. That was all I could take. I was running, I didn't care. That felt like my only chance of escape and survival at this point. I turned and ran as fast as I could back down the trail the way I came. I've never ran that hard ever in my entire life. I didn't look back. I didn't stop running until I was back to my car in a little gravel lot by the road. I was shaking so badly I could barely hold my key fob to unlock the car. I jumped in and took off, and as I was pulling out, I turned to my left before I got onto the road, and it was standing, half hidden, watching me driving away. That's the point I noticed that its eyes were glowing in broad daylight, with the sun high in the sky. They were glowing red. I never mentioned anything about this for a very long time. It's kind of hard to open up and tell someone that you saw some werewolf-looking thing just outside a sleepy little town in Ohio.
But that's exactly what happened. I stopped running outside completely after that. I gave up on my half marathon and started doing indoor workouts at the gym instead. Even now, multiple years later, if I'm walking alone, even in a crowded area, sometimes I get nervous. And if I see any woods or an open field, I almost have a panic attack. It's like there's a part of my brain that's always alert, always scanning around, even when there's no logical reason to. I also became kind of obsessed with researching creatures like this. That's how I stumbled onto your channel. I was part of a Facebook group and I noticed some of your videos were being posted on there, and that's how I found you. Anyway, thanks for listening to my nonsense. I slightly get off track sometimes, but reals, it feels good to finally tell someone who will understand what I went through. Thank you so much for what you're doing, and I know your channel will continue to grow. Stay positive and ignore the trolls. One love. Anonymous. Nice to talk to you. My name is Walter, and I'm here to let you youngsters know that the woods are dangerous, and I'm going to tell you why. I don't care to share my name, as I'm 69 years old now. What's it going to do, ruin my reputation? I've probably already done that over the years. On a serious note, I live a quiet life in East Texas. I've spent most of my life working as a machinist. Retired about 6 years ago. Made it a habit of listening to Dogman and other cryptid channels on YouTube for a long time now. You have a lot of brave folks on your channel. I never thought or intended to speak a word of this outside my immediate family. Don't ask me why I'm doing this now. Don't question it, because I might change my mind. What happened to me took place in the summer of 1978. I was a young man back then, strong, full of myself, like most young men are at that age. A good buddy of mine, his name was Kenny. I got permission from his uncle to use his hunting cabin up in the northern part of Sam Houston for a few days. We were just looking to get out there and do some fishing, maybe a little hunting if the opportunity presented itself. It was a simple place, one room, a wood stove, no electric. It was a mile or so off the nearest road. We had to hike in with all of our gear. We were both pretty excited, I remember. Figured we'd have the whole forest to ourselves. It was going to be a hell of a time. That night we had us a good fire, some nice cold beers, lots of joking and messing around about, as young men do. The next day, much of the same. Everything was fine. We walked around looking for fishing spots, just enjoying ourselves. But on the second night, the very evening, everything went weird. Everything started just after sundown. We were sitting outside by the fire when all of a sudden everything just shut off and went quiet, like instantly went quiet. The bugs were almost deafening, making all kinds of noises, and they just stopped on a dime. I've experienced the woods going quiet due to the presence of a predator, but this was something completely different. I've never felt it before or since. It was the strongest sense of dread and I'm in immediate danger that I've ever felt. We started hearing limbs or branches being snapped, and these were not small branches. It sounded almost like someone shooting a .22 rifle out there in the woods. They were extremely loud. I mean, I know everyone has mentioned, not to say black bear, but that's what we thought it was. What the hell else could it be making a racket like that? Nothing else would be big enough to break branches that size. And it was definitely stalking us. It was circling our camp over and over. It circled us probably 3 or 4 times, and it stayed perfectly out of the reach of the fire's light. Kenny grabbed his .30-30, and
I got my old Remington 12 gauge. Neither of us said out loud, but we were scared. Real scared. And that's a very dangerous situation when you get two young, scared guys with dangerous weapons. It's just a dangerous, dangerous situation. But things got a lot worse. We both noticed just at the edge of the trees, not very far away at all. Honestly, too close for comfort. Just standing there, standing behind an oak tree peeking out at us was this tall silhouette of what looked like a werewolf. It had to be 7.5 feet if it was an inch. It moved out from behind the tree pretty quick and was moving to our left like it was going to flank us. This is when I could see how broad this thing was and the width of its shoulders. This thing wasn't just lumbering like a bear or being cautious like a deer. This was a predator that already knew that it owned the place, and it was in charge of what was going to happen next. I got a good glimpse of its head as well, and its face. It was unmistakable. Now that its eyes seemed to catch the light and glow a faint orange. It had the tall pointed ears of a wolf. The thing had a damn canine head, sitting on top of a massive humanoid body covered in black hair. Kenny did something next that probably wasn't the best of ideas. He fired a warning shot into the air. The creature didn't even flinch. It just started letting out a low growl that rattled in my bones. It was like a lion and a wolf rolled into one. Without thinking, we both backed slowly toward the cabin, rifles up, aimed and ready to shoot. We got inside and bolted the door and stayed up for the rest of the night, looking out the windows. We didn't want the thing to attack, but we felt like we were ready to hold it off if it did. You could hear it moving outside for hours, steady footsteps. Once I heard something that sounded like it was dragging something across the outside wall. I would assume that it was claws, but I won't say that for certain as I didn't see it myself. One thing's for sure, it was not letting us forget that it was still out there. It left, by a miracle, sometime right before the sun came up. But even after it was gone, the woods was still quiet. We left a lot of our stuff in that cabin. We just had to get out of there. One more minute there was one more minute that thing had a chance to come back. It could have came in at any time. It could have got us at any point. Being as it was big enough, it could have ripped that door off the wall. I think that's the biggest thing for me is why do these things let so many people just walk away? So many of these encounters, these people are dead to rights, and these dogmen just let them walk. I can't understand it. You couldn't pay me to go back to that cabin after that happened. Kenny wouldn't even talk about it. He's never spoke about it, not once. I tried to talk to him about it not long ago. We were having some beers, and I mentioned it. He quickly changed the subject and avoided it completely. I just let it go. I've kept it bottled up myself, of course, but it doesn't bother me as bad as it seems to bother him. I suppose this would affect people differently. I just buried myself in work, raised a family, the best I could, and just tried to forget all that happened. That's really all you can do, Reels. But if I'm being completely truthful, the images and visions of that creature has never left my mind. I don't let it control my life, and I don't live in fear, but it has never left me. All the questions, all the cover-ups and theories and encounters that you hear, needless to say, I don't really trust anything that I hear. And I don't trust the woods the way I used to. There's things out there that we are not taught about in school or church. Now, whether we were not taught about these things deliberately or on purpose or not,
That's a conversation we can have another day. But there are things out there that don't care what we believe. Thanks for giving an old man a chance to unload his truth. Keep your powder dry, son. Walter S. My name is D. I'm 39, married, 2 kids. I live just outside Fayetteville, Arkansas, and it's one of those neighborhoods where every house has a little patch of woods behind it. It's not deep woods, mind you, just leftover chunks of forest that never got bulldozed when the development went up. It was August 2020, not so long ago at all. Full daylight, mind you, a normal Saturday. It was a sweltering southern afternoon where the heat just hangs to you. I was out front washing my truck, trying to get it clean before the sun dropped and the mosquitoes would take over the place. My wife was inside the house with the kids. They were playing video games or something I don't really remember. It's irrelevant. I had the music up on my phone, just minding my own business. About halfway through, I started getting a weird feeling. It's kind of weird, hard to explain, just a little voice in the back of your mind that says, hey, you're being watched. I glanced around, but I didn't see anything or anyone at first. A few neighbors were out in their yards too, mowing, pulling weeds, just living their lives. Everything seemed to be normal to me, but that feeling was just gnawing at me and would not go away. It actually kept getting worse the longer I stayed out there. I was looking around and I did finally spot some sort of movement coming from my backyard. I walked around the side of the house to check it out, figuring maybe it was a neighbor's dog or one of the neighbor kids chasing after a ball. What I saw still gives me chills today. Just beyond the edge of the mowed grass, where the yard starts to blend into the trees and brush, something was crouched, low, and it was something big. I thought for sure I was looking at a person, maybe a homeless guy or some kind of drunk or drug addict. But then it shifted its body and I got a clear look at its shape. It had a long, narrow snout, pointed ears like a dog, and it had thick, matted-looking nasty fur. It was crouching, almost squatting on these long, powerful legs. It had these huge arms resting on the ground almost like a gorilla would do. But it was leaner and more stretched out, if you can picture that. It lifted its head and looked directly into my eyes. This thing's eyes were gold, no mistaking. It was reflective, intelligent, and, I dare say, evil, I think. My entire body just went completely cold. I took a few steps back towards the house. It shifted forward, pushing through the brush, silently, and it stayed low. But it started closing the distance between us. It was definitely coming for me. I didn't scream for anyone. I didn't yell for help. I probably couldn't have if I tried. I just moved fast, but without running, backing up toward the door, never taking my eyes off of it. It continued to come after me, but it didn't run. It just slowly came after me. Its movements seemed to be very calculated, like it was trying not to spook me, almost like a cat playing with a mouse. I eventually did make it to the back door, and it's a glass slider. I yanked it open and slammed it shut behind me. Just as soon as I locked it, the thing leapt up onto the patio. I swear that glass bowed inward from the impact of it hitting the door. I can't believe it did not break the glass. I screamed for my wife to get the kids and get upstairs. The damn thing just stood there, feet away, staring at me through that glass. Its breath was fogging up the window. It raised one of its, what appeared to be a hand, and scraped its claws down the glass with this horrible squealing sound. For a minute, I thought for sure it was about to smash its way in. That would have been too easy, though. It wanted to just terrorize the hell out of me before turning me into a chew toy. We were still there, face to face, for at least 20 seconds. It finally lowered and let out this low, guttural growl that I could feel, and it just turned and slipped back off into the woods like a puff of smoke. I did call the police, but I didn't really know what to say. I told them there was some kind of large animal in the backyard and it tried to attack me. They came out, looked around, but they didn't find anything and they just let it go. They said maybe it was a big dog or a large coyote. But the scratches on the glass, they're still there, and they're deep. There is no dog living that moves like that big, or looks at you the way that thing looked at me. I didn't sleep very good for weeks after that. If I heard any type of noise after it was dark, it would send me into full alert lockdown mode. I'd sit up until 2 or 3 in the morning with a shotgun, just watching my backyard through a window. I had a fence installed later, 8 feet tall, heavy duty. Cameras and motion lights back there as well. But some part of me kind of feels like it wouldn't matter if it really wanted to come back. Those things would just not stop it. What shook me the most wasn't just the fear. It was the realization that this thing wasn't lost. It knew what it was doing. It wasn't some confused animal. It was a predator, and it found me. Not out in the woods, not camping or hunting, but in my own backyard on an ordinary Saturday. Just let that sink in for a second. I can't thank you enough for giving me the ability and the courage and the place to share this. People need to hear the truth. The truth will always come to light. Keep being that light to shine the way for people to know that they are not alone. Thanks, Reels. D. Email submission from Alex. When I was young, we lived in a little town called Kernersville, North Carolina. I lived beside a massive tobacco field, 200 acres or more, with a trailer park behind our property. Behind that were thick woods. The front of our house faced a quiet road with more houses across the street, and even more woods behind them. The layout matters for what happened later on. So here's a quick snapshot. Our house sat about 400 to 500 feet off the road. My bedroom window faced the direction of the tobacco fields. Out back we had 6 old white pines that grew dense and low to the ground, like natural green walls. At the base they were around 15 feet wide and 30 feet tall. As a kid I'd crawl into the open spaces between them. It felt like a pine cave. I'd come out covered in sap and ticks, but I didn't care. That was my yard. I don't remember exactly when the experiences started, maybe when I was 3 or 4. This would have been in the mid-70s. What I'm about to describe happened often during my childhood. My parents chalked it up to nightmares or night terrors, but 2 events made it crystal clear this was not a dream. Most nights followed the same pattern. I'd wake up suddenly, wide awake and alert like it was the middle of the day. I might toss and turn, maybe go to the bathroom, but I could never fall back asleep. Then the dread would creep in, this deep, unexplainable fear that felt like it came from outside of me. I'd hear a slow, rhythmic tapping on the aluminum siding, starting near the entrance to the house, right by the bathroom across from my room. The tapping would move along the house, step by step, like something walking its fingers across the siding. It would move past the master bedroom, past my sister's room, and then it would stop right before it reached my window. A few seconds later, I'd hear heavy, deep breathing. That's why I still only sleep comfortably on my right side. Back then, that meant I was facing the wall, away from the window above my bed. I'd lie there, frozen in fear, daring myself to look, but never quite able to. I kept the window closed, the shades drawn. Whatever it was stayed out there, breathing. Eventually I'd scream. That's what broke the spell. I'd yell for my parents and they'd come in angry, thinking I'd had another bad dream. But it wasn't a dream. There's one morning I'll never forget. I was 5 years old and we'd gotten a rare snowstorm, at least 10 inches. I remember waking up early, excited to go play in the snow. I threw open the curtains and looked out toward the front yard, and that's when I saw the footprints. Huge footprints, not boots, not animal tracks. These were deep, wide, and spaced so far apart I had to take 3 big steps just to match the stride of one. They came from across the road, looped around the willow tree in the front yard, and moved diagonally toward the side of the house, toward my sister's room. Then they veered past my own window and disappeared toward the backyard and into the woods. I ran into the kitchen yelling for my dad. He told me to wait for breakfast, but I begged him to come look. Pancakes or not. I dragged him outside, but by then I'd already messed up the trail just walking through it. He got frustrated and told me the tracks were probably my own, even though I hadn't gone near my window or the field beyond it. I tried to show him where the big prints crossed the yard where I had not walked, but he didn't want to hear it. That still bothers me. I just wanted him to believe me. I'm sorry, my friend, I know that had to hurt. When I was 6, I got a new dog. Her name was Zip, a terrier and Labrador mix. She had curly black fur, a terrier face, and floppy lab ears. She was my best friend. I trained her myself, and she never needed a leash. I could walk down the trail toward the woods near the trailer park, and she'd stay in the yard like I told her. Except sometimes I'd be walking those trails just before dark, and I'd hear something behind me. I'd get that same uneasy feeling. Not quite terror, but something primal. I would turn and see Zip following me. I'd yell at her to go home, and she'd slink back like she knew she wasn't supposed to be there. But every now and then I'd swear I saw her sitting in the yard, already watching me return, like whatever followed me into the woods wasn't Zip. Years later, when I was 13, I had my final and most terrifying encounter in that house. By then, we had another dog, Oliver, a big old English sheepdog. Zip was still around, but Oliver liked to sleep inside, usually stretched across my bedroom doorway with his belly on the hardwood floor and his head on the carpet. One night, the same routine began. I woke up, fully alert, unable to sleep. I used the bathroom, came back, and patted Oliver on the way to bed. Then I heard it, outside my window, the sound of Zip growling and huffing like she was chasing something. I was scared, but I didn't want her getting hurt, so I forced myself to go into the living room. I slid open the glass door and called her. Zip came running out of the dark, sat in front of me, wagging her tail. I praised her, told her to go to her box, and she bolted, faster than usual, as if she was scared to. I stared out at the pine trees. Nothing. No sound, no movement, just that eerie silence. I closed the door, walked back to my room, and glanced at the clock. 2:14 a.m. I laid down facing the wall. Then the tapping started. Oliver raised his head. I heard his tags jingle. As the taps moved toward my side of the house, Oliver started to whimper. Then I heard the sound of claws scraping on the hardwood floor. He was backing up into the hallway, out of sight of the window. I laid there, paralyzed by dread, listening to the breathing again. The tapping stopped. The breathing stayed. I held out as long as I could before screaming. My parents were furious again, but Oliver came charging into the room, barking his head off. He knew, and now, finally, so did I. This wasn't a dream. It wasn't night terrors. This was real. By the time I was in college, I thought all my experiences were in the past. I may have told a few friends, but no one ever really showed interest. And then one night, when I was 21, something happened that I still don't have the words for. Back then, I lived at home during college. We had 2 dogs, Fred and Wilma, rescues I'd saved from the pound. They knew my car's sound. Normally, when I'd pull into the driveway, they'd run to the fence, tails wagging, begging for attention. But this night, they didn't move. It was close to midnight, and the headlights lit up their pen. I could see the reflection from their eyes. Both of them were just sitting there in the doghouse, staring at me. That was strange enough, but the moment I opened the car door, the fear hit me. Not regular fear, the fear. That bone-deep, soul-level dread I hadn't felt since I was a kid. The kind of fear that tells you you're in immediate danger. And just like when I was younger, it was completely silent outside. No crickets, no cicadas, just nothing. I forced myself to act normal. I went inside quickly and shut the door behind me harder than I meant to. In my room, the window blinds were half raised and the curtains pulled back. I remember thinking how strange it was that I couldn't bring myself to close them, like part of me didn't want to see what might be there. I laid in bed on my right side, just like I used to as a kid, thinking the fear would fade. Surely this thing hadn't followed me all the way here. I dared myself to open my eyes. A few times I did, just for a second. The yard was lit by the blue-green glow of the streetlight. The VCR was flashing 12 o'clock. Everything looked normal, until it didn't. One time when I opened my eyes, there was nothing. Complete blackness. It was like my eyes were still closed, but I knew they were open. I couldn't see the streetlight, or the carpet, or the blinking VCR anymore. Just black. Then I felt it. Pressure. Sudden, full-body pressure, like every inch of me was being wrapped tightly in plastic. Then came the feeling of something pushing into my head, like it coated my brain and was shoving me out of myself. It wasn't physical hands, it was worse. It was like my consciousness was being replaced. Then my right leg started moving. I wasn't moving it. It wasn't like something grabbed it, it was just moving on its own. I shut my eyes and started clenching every muscle I could. I fought to stay still, focusing all my mental energy on freezing my body. If I lost focus, the movement came back. That's when the visions began. I saw myself floating down the hallway on my back, still wrapped in my covers like I was being dragged. Then I saw myself at the front door. There were people outside on the porch. I couldn't see their faces, but I felt they were familiar. They were happy to see me. I felt overwhelming love, like I was being reunited with lifelong friends. But I also knew they weren't my friends. Because if they were really there to help, they wouldn't need to hijack my body to get me to open that door. The only thing I could think to do was pray. The first words that came to me were the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. But it was hard to think clearly. Every time I tried to pray, my thoughts were hijacked, interrupted by doubt, confusion, voices saying, that prayer won't work. It's wrong. You're wrong. The more I prayed, the slower my leg moved. I thought it once, then a second time. It got easier. The third time my leg stopped moving altogether. Then I tried to speak it out loud. My voice stuttered. I felt like I was pushing words through concrete, but I forced it out once. My leg moved again. I said the prayer a second time, then a third, and just like that, it was gone. I opened my eyes. The yard was back. The VCR was blinking. The pressure was gone. I bolted out of my bed into the hallway and collapsed, soaked in sweat from head to toe. I'd never felt anything like it in my life. Outside, I could hear Fred and Wilma whining softly, not out of fear, but like they knew it was safe again. I grabbed a cigarette, walked out on the back porch, and just sat there in the dark, exhausted. The frogs had started croaking again. The world was normal again. But I wasn't. My final cryptid encounter happened years later during a camping trip down near the Mississippi River. By then, I thought my intense experiences were behind me, but this one brought it all flooding back. I had a buddy from Chattanooga come visit. He wanted to check out some handguns after a close call with a criminal on his property. So I rounded up some gear and we planned a short camping trip with his 9-year-old son. Perfect weather. 50s at night, 60s during the day. No bugs, no snakes. The only downside was the river was up. We set up camp near a big bend in the river, north of Memphis near a town called Drummond's. We were down in the bottomland at the foot of a bluff. Behind us were woods, a few old hay trailers, and an unassembled metal building stacked in pallets. In front of us were fields, another patch of woods, and a man-made pond. Everything further out, like Coon Valley Road, was completely underwater. Visibility was good, about 30 yards in every direction, but we were exposed. We spent the day shooting, paper targets, 22 lever actions, handguns, classic guy stuff. Afterward, his son went to bed and we stayed up near the fire. Around 10 p.m., the frogs were chirping like crazy until the coyotes started up in the distance. That rattled my friend a bit. I told him not to worry, the fire would keep them at bay, and coyotes almost never mess with people. Then I heard it. A sound like a bobcat. 3 cries. The last one dropping deep into the bass range. It didn't sit right with me. I've heard bobcats, and this didn't match. Then came the tree knocks. 5 distinct, powerful knocks repeated multiple times. My friend asked what that was, and I told him maybe it was the barge engine we heard earlier. But I knew better. And then I made a mistake. I grabbed a stick and knocked on the log I was sitting on. Don't ever do that. People see it on TV and think it's fun to go calling out cryptids like it's a game. I didn't expect anything to answer back, but I think I invited something. Not long after, the frogs stopped. Not just near us, everywhere. It was the same eerie silence I remembered from before. And then, just like in childhood, the fear crept in. This wasn't imagination. This was that same fear I thought I'd left behind. I didn't want to scare my friend or risk him panicking with his kid nearby, so I didn't say much. I focused my thoughts like a prayer. We didn't know you were here. We're not here to harm anything. Please don't scare us. There's a child with us. I don't know if that helped, but the tension was heavy. At one point I heard something like bird chirps, faint and out of place. Then a branch flew through the air, maybe 12 inches long, shaped like a Y. It sailed through the tree above me and hit the ground. My friend picked it up and said, "What the heck was that?" I played dumb. Maybe a bird. Then we heard a massive metal boom like someone slammed a baseball bat into a 55-gallon drum. I told him maybe it was the metal building cooling down after the heat of the day. But again, I knew better. Eventually the frogs started back up, then the coyotes. Whatever was out there backed off. The next morning I inspected the metal building. No dents, no handprints, nothing. We cut the trip short after that. I didn't want to stick around and push our luck. I know what I felt. It was real. It wasn't just Bigfoot. It could have been Dogman or something else entirely. I know now they don't always want to hurt you. Sometimes they just want you to know they're watching. I've done a lot of research since then. Native American friends told me tree knocks often mean there are young ones nearby. Some believe these creatures mimic baby cries or animal sounds to lure people. I don't go looking for cryptids anymore. I carry firearms legally and always bring bear spray too. Not just for animals, but because the woods aren't always empty. I don't know what exactly visited me back then. I don't know what had the power to push into my mind and move my body and project emotions like that. But I know what I felt, and I know it wasn't a dream. Whatever is out there, it's real, and it knows more about us than we know about it. Thank you, Alex. This was an amazing account, and terrifying as well. Thank you, brother, for reaching out. Now, this is the first email of a few that I received from a gentleman who wanted me to refer to him just with his initials, which are WR. Let's get into WR's encounters. Buckle up. This is what you came here for. Hello, Reels. First off, I want to give you thanks again for giving me the space to tell this. I honestly never planned on speaking of this, especially publicly. But the things I experienced out here, they've stayed with me for years, and I'm not sure I'll ever be able to fully understand any of this. Maybe typing all of it out will help me somehow. This all started back in 2012. I live in Morehead County, Kentucky, just outside of Stearns. If you look it up, you'll see we're tucked right up against the Daniel Boone. It's real rugged land out here for all of you that don't know. The Daniel Boone is thick woods with a lot of narrow hollers and not many neighbors in a lot of places. Back then, I was living alone on the property my dad left me when he passed. It was a modest setup. It was just me, the house, a few outbuildings, and some livestock. We had some goats, chickens, and occasionally a few pigs. I'd grown up helping my dad tend to the animals, and after he passed, I just kept it going out of habit more than anything else. That summer, I started noticing some weird things. At first, it was just the fencing that looked bent or twisted like something had forced its way in. A few of the goats were getting out at night, which had never happened before. I figured maybe a branch fell on the fence or the post had rotted, but I couldn't find any branches anywhere, so it didn't make sense. This wasn't your normal farm problems. But then, even worse, some of the animals started disappearing. It began with a single goat. I found no blood trails, no fur, no signs of any type of struggle. The thing was just gone, vanished. I thought maybe it slipped through and got out into the woods, but within a week, 2 more vanished. I searched the woods for days, even checked the roadside ditches, thinking maybe someone hit them, and kept going. I found nothing, not a trace. And then after that, shortly after that, the weird noises began. At night, especially in the early morning hours between 2 and 4, I started hearing a lot of heavy movement in the woods near the trees. I've lived around deer, coyotes, raccoons, all types of animals in this area, and this wasn't like any of those. These steps were heavy, like whatever it was weighed at least a couple 100 pounds. It moved low to the ground, and it was really fast. Then I started hearing these guttural grunts, almost like a boar, but a lot deeper, like it was vocalizing on purpose. The chickens picked up on it, too. They stopped coming out of the coop in the mornings. I'd open the hatch, and they'd just sit there, not making a sound, and when they did make noise, it was usually frantic. One morning, I found 3 hens dead just outside the coop. Their necks were broken, but not chewed on. They hadn't been eaten, just killed. I've had foxes get in before, and this wasn't the same. A predator kills to eat. This felt like something else entirely. It was more like a sport killing. That same week, I was walking the fence line in the early evening and found these claw marks, deep ones, on a corner post near the woods. They were spaced wide apart, way too wide for a bobcat. They were 4 gouges, almost looked like fingers, but too thick and long. Whatever made them had claws like knives. I started sleeping with my rifle beside the bed. I even set up 2 trail cameras near the goat pen, but no matter where I placed them, they never caught anything. And some of them would actually get twisted off and slung or thrown a few yards away from where I'd placed them. I come out in the morning to find more signs, prints, knocked over feed bins, but never a single image. Like whatever it was knew how to avoid the cameras. And if it couldn't avoid them, like I said, it would destroy them. One night in late September, I woke up to the goats screaming. Not just bleating, they were screaming. I ran outside in my boots and boxers with the rifle. The eastern fence was completely caved in like someone ran over it with a car. 3 goats were missing, and the rest were huddled in the corner of the pen, shaking like they were in shock. I mean that literally. They were trembling so badly they could barely stand. Now this was the moment I knew I wasn't dealing with any local predator. I didn't know what it was, but something had moved onto my land. Something that could kill without leaving a trace. Still, at that point, I hadn't actually locked eyes on anything. That all came later, and it changed everything on my property. I'll send you that part next, as I'm not very good at typing all this stuff out. I need to take a break. I'll talk to you soon. W.R. Reels. I told you I would email you back with some more of the story. All right, here's where things really started to turn. A few days after that night when the goats were taken, I started sleeping with my boots on and my rifle leaned against the nightstand. I didn't feel safe in my own house, and I couldn't afford to keep losing animals either. I moved the few that were left into the barn and reinforced the pen the best I could with scrap metal and spare boards. It looked ridiculous, but I didn't really care. I wasn't trying to win any awards. I was trying to keep my animals safe and keep them alive. About a week after that, I was out glassing the property from my back porch right around dusk. That had become part of my nightly routine. I'd sit in an old camping chair with a pair of binoculars and scan the trees. Nothing ever moved, but it gave me some peace, like maybe if I saw something early enough, I'd be ready for it when it came. But this night turned out to be completely different. The sun had dropped, and the sky was fading. I was watching the far edge of the pasture, where the grass meets the woods, and that's when the movement started. At first, it just looked like a dark shape shifting against the trees, but then it stepped out. I'll never forget this moment. The first one. Yes, there were more than one. The first one was absolutely massive. It was standing on two legs with a broad chest and these long arms that dangled lower than anything I've ever seen. They looked cartoonishly long. Its head was that of a wolf or a dog. It had tall, straight-up pointed ears and a long snout that reminded me of a wolf. But the body was thick and muscular like a man that spent every waking moment in a gym. It just stood there at the edge of the trees, half in shadows, and then a second one stepped out about 15 feet to its left, then a third. All three of them were upright, still, and watching the field. I don't think they had spotted me just yet. But here's what chilled me. I noticed, after that they were in fact watching me, and not the animals. I was at least 200 yards away, and I still could feel their stare, even through the binoculars. I swear one of them locked eyes with me. The hair on my arms stood up. I couldn't move. After maybe 30 seconds, the first one turned and walked back into the woods. The other two followed suit, without a sound. They were all gone. I sat in the chair for what felt like an hour. I was too afraid to move, and I'm not ashamed to admit that. When I finally went inside, I locked every door and latched all the windows. I even pulled all the curtains closed and left the lights on. I didn't care how paranoid it looked, or I don't care how it sounds. I couldn't sleep at all. The next morning, I walked out to the far side of the pasture, to the spot where I'd seen them standing. I didn't find any tracks, but I did see some deep impressions in the leaves where something heavy had been standing there. I also noticed that the trail cam I'd mounted on a pine tree nearby was missing. I found it, smashed to pieces about 40 feet away. A few days later, I found a deer carcass behind the barn, or what was left of a deer. It had been ripped open from the stomach area, and the ribs were cracked wide like something pried them apart with its hands. But it hadn't been fed on. It was just ripped up and left there. Its internal organs were also missing. That's what really got to me. Whatever did this wasn't killing to eat. That's when I brought in a friend of mine. He was ex-military, a solid guy. I didn't tell him about what I'd seen, just that something had been messing with my livestock, and I wanted another set of eyes. He stayed 2 nights and said he felt like something was off about the property. He didn't laugh it off, but he didn't stick around either. After he left, I found my second trail cam destroyed as well. That one had been mounted up high in a tree near the barn. It was almost 10 feet up. I used a ladder to put it there. Same thing. Twisted, ripped off the tree, thrown, and the lens was shattered. No SD cards to find. That's when I stopped trying to catch whatever it was. Whatever I was dealing with wasn't just smart. It was aware of where the cameras were. How did it know where the cameras were, unless it was watching me the whole time? This thing was aware of me and every single movement that I made, and that terrified me. After that, I started noticing movement out by the trees nearly every night. I'd catch glimpses just enough to know they were still out there, always just outside the range of my lights. They were always watching, apparently. It hadn't gone away. These things were just getting bolder. That's enough for today. I will finish typing out everything else, so I don't drag this out anymore. You should hear from me tomorrow, or possibly the next day at the latest. Take care of yourself. W.R.
This will be my final email, as I'm going to button this story up. All of it. Today. After the sightings I mentioned in my previous email, everything changed. I wasn't just scared now, I was paranoid as well. I stopped working the land, I stopped going out after dark altogether. My days started feeling like countdowns to sunset. I kept every light on, kept the curtains shut, even through the daytime. I even installed motion sensors and mounted floodlights on the barn and the house. But none of it seemed to make a difference. They were always just outside the glow. Close enough to know they were there, far enough to keep them from being seen clearly. The dogs I'd raised since they were pups refused to go outside at night. I'd open the door and they'd back away, tails between their legs. One night, my oldest shepherd jumped clean through the screen door to avoid stepping onto the porch. That was when I really understood. I wasn't imagining any of this. The dogs knew. They knew. And they were also afraid as well. Things got worse in the winter. I started hearing noises directly around the house, not in the woods anymore. They were getting close. Heavy footfalls, long scraping sounds on the siding. Once something pounded on the back wall of the house hard enough to rattle dishes and knock pictures off the wall. I grabbed my rifle and ran out the back door, but there was nothing there. There was just a smell, like wet dog and rotting meat, hanging in the air. A few days after that, I woke up to find more claw marks on the side of the shed. These aren't just little scratches. These are deep gouges in the wood. I measured them myself, nearly a foot long, spaced apart like fingers, higher than I could even reach. And I'm 6'1", and I was even standing on my toes. Something tall had been there, and it wanted me to know that it was there, and I suspect that I know what it was. That night I didn't sleep as usual. I sat in the living room with the rifle, staring at the windows. Around 3:15 a.m., the motion light near the barn flicked on. I peeked through the blinds and saw two figures standing right at the edge of the light. One was crouched low, the other was completely upright. It was just silhouettes, and neither of them moved. They stood there for maybe a minute, then the light shut off, and they were gone. I started to break down after that. I'd go 2, sometimes 3 nights without sleeping. My appetite was completely gone. I jumped at every creak of the floorboards or brush of wind against the house. I wasn't living anymore. I was just trying to survive in a place I used to call home. One night, this night, everything peaked. It was January. It was cold and dead quiet outside. I was lying on the couch with a blanket and the rifle, again when I heard something bump the porch railing. It wasn't a loud bump, just a dull thunk. I sat up. Then came the sound of the footsteps I'd heard many times before. These slow, heavy footsteps, and they were right on the porch boards. I leaned forward and was holding my breath. They stopped just outside the front door. I thought to myself, this is probably it. They finally are going to end my suffering. Then something tapped. It tapped on the glass. It didn't pound on it or beat on it. It wasn't scratching. It just lightly tapped, and it sounded like a person's knuckle. I stayed frozen. My rifle was now in my lap, but I just couldn't lift it. I don't know why. I think I knew deep down.
that if I opened that door or fired a shot, something much worse would happen. I just sat there listening, and then it walked away and left. No footsteps walking away, no sound of movement. Everything just went quiet. The next morning, I found the smallest, faintest smudge on the glass, like an oily fingerprint. I cleaned it without thinking. My hands were shaking. That was the last physical sign I ever got. But the strangest part, after that night, everything stopped. No more claw marks, no more destroyed cameras, no more deer carcasses or guttural growls in the middle of the night. It was like they'd come right up to the edge and decided to back off. Maybe it was because I didn't take a shot at them or show them any type of aggression or violence, and I've spent years wondering if that's really why. I never confronted him, never fired a shot. I never even saw one up close, really. But somehow they knew I wasn't going to fight. And again, maybe that's what they wanted. Not a kill, not a chase, just the fear, just the understanding. It felt like we had came to an arrangement, or an agreement of sorts, one that neither of us spoke out loud, but both of us understood. I still live here. I've patched up all the damage, replaced all the cameras, rebuilt the fences, but I've never gone back into those woods, not once. And every now and then, when the wind is just right and the woods are quiet enough, I do get that feeling again, that watched feeling, just enough to remind me that they're probably still out there. And as long as I leave them alone, hopefully they'll continue to return the favor. Thank you, Reels, for what you're doing. I fully appreciate the way you treat people and their experiences. Hopefully, you don't hear from me again. If you have any questions, please feel free to email me anytime. W.R. Hey, Reels. This isn't something that I like to bring up very much or very often. It's took me years just to come to terms with it myself. But every now and then, usually when I'm outside late or I catch a certain smell in the air, it brings it all right back like it happened yesterday. This was back in the summer of 1991. I was 17, staying with my uncle just out of Octaha, Oklahoma. He owned about 30 acres. It was mostly wooded, with a little clearing for the house and a few scattered pastures. It was way out there. No street lights around, no neighbors, nothing but plenty of gravel, grass, and trees in every direction. I was helping out that summer, helping with feeding the animals, fixing some fences, and clearing a lot of brush. He had some chickens, goats, and a few horses, and an old leaning hay barn. I wasn't a country kid by any stretch, but I liked the space. The quiet gave me time to think. One late July night, the heat wouldn't let up, and I just couldn't sleep. So around 9:30, I stepped outside to cool off. I didn't grab a flashlight, didn't think I'd need one. The moon was bright enough to see most of the yard and part of the woods near the goat pen. I took a slow walk along the fence line that bordered the woods. I'd done it dozens of times before, but about 10 minutes in, something changed. The usual night sounds, they were just gone. Not quiet, but completely silent. I mean, everything was unusually dead. I stopped and started checking the tree line, what little I could make out, and there was this dark patch between two cedar trunks that kept drawing my attention. It looked like a shadow, that is, until it started moving. Just the smallest shift to one side. But That was all it took. Something was standing there, upright and still as a statue. This thing was tall, I'd say 7, maybe 8 feet. Big, thick, broad shoulders and fur that looked to be dark gray or black in the moonlight. I didn't see the full body, but the head was clearly visible. I could make out pointed ears and a long snout. It reminded me of a German shepherd, but the proportions were obviously off by a lot. It was just too lean and oddly shaped, kind of human. My chest got tight and my limbs felt heavy. My gut told me it was watching me, and I believed it. I backed up, trying to not make a sound. I kept my eyes on that dark space between the trees. But the second I turned away for just a moment, I heard it. It took a step, a slow step. There was a crunch in the dry leaves. I immediately ran. I didn't care how loud I was. I didn't look back. I just booked it all the way to the house. I threw the screen door open so hard it smashed against the wall. I slammed the main door and probably scared my uncle half to death. He was in his recliner, half asleep. I told him I saw something big standing upright out in the trees. He looked at me for a long second, then just said, "You didn't go out there by yourself, did you?" The next morning we walked out together. No footprints, no trails through the trees or leaves. But the goats were all clustered in the far side of the pen like they'd been spooked. Uncle Dan didn't say much. He just told me not to wander off alone again, especially after dark. And that was the end of it. I didn't see it again, but a week later I felt it again. That same stillness, that same sense of being watched. I stayed inside that night. It's been over 3 decades now. I've got a family, a business, and a house in Tulsa. But that thing's still with me. It's in the back of my mind. I don't know for 100% sure if it was a dogman or something else entirely. It sure as heck looked like what's been described. Whatever it was there. It wasn't my imagination. And my uncle knew it too. I think he'd seen it before himself. I could tell by the way he reacted when I came in the house that night. Thanks for letting me get this out. Lenny. Real Adventures. I'm going to tell you about something that happened to me a long time ago. Something I've never really talked about. Not even to my family. Not to any of the guys I worked with. Not even my wife. It's not that I've forgotten about it or that I don't think it's important. I just honestly never knew what to make of it. It's baffled me for a lot of years now. This was in 1998. I was 21, staying in Cascade, Idaho. I was working for my cousin's small logging crew. I'd moved up there trying to reset my life. I had a pretty troubled past, and I'll just leave it at that. I ended up spending most of that year working deep in the mountains, cutting timber, hauling brush, and helping with loadouts. It was tough, honest work, and it kept my head straight. The woods up there always felt like second nature to me. I was comfortable in them. I truly enjoyed life, for the first time really in years. But one night changed all of that in a way I never expected. I still wonder whether other people in those parts have seen the same kind of thing and just never said anything. We were working about 12 miles east of Cascade, beyond Warm Lake Road. It's thick country out there, tangled pine, barely any trails, it's real remote. Most of us stayed on site in little trailers or shacks that we'd fixed up. My cousin let me use this old hunting trailer parked on the far edge of camp where it was quieter. A few days before everything happened, one of the older guys, Mitch, he's a quiet guy, he mentioned something strange while we were eating dinner. He said he'd seen something big walk by his trailer in the middle of the night, Said it was upright and moved way too smooth and too quietly to be a person. He asked if anyone was trying to fool with him, and he warned them what would happen. The others teased him, of course, but something in his face stuck with me. The guy wasn't joking. He looked to be dead serious. Fast forward a few nights later. I stayed back at camp while the others checked a site up the ridge. I had blades to sharpen, and honestly, I was exhausted. I figured I'd eat and turn in early. I crashed around 10 and was out cold until something woke me up a few hours later. It was sometime after midnight. I got up to relieve myself. My boots weren't even laced up. I just stepped outside and walked a short way into the trees. The moon was out and plenty bright. I had no trouble seeing where I was walking. That's when I heard a noise off to my right, maybe 20 or so yards out. Sounded like heavy footsteps. Slow, spaced out steps. Not crashing or anything loud at all, just solid movement. I'd seen a couple bears out there, but this didn't sound right. There was no grunting or huffing, and the way it moved, it just didn't match anything I knew. It was steady, too controlled, and sounded bipedal. I wasn't scared. Not yet. I never believed in any of the Bigfoot talk at all. Then this creature stepped out, part way into the light where I could see it somewhat. My brain tried to say bear again, but it didn't add up. It was upright easily between 6.5 to 7.5 feet tall. It was built thick across the shoulders, its arms hanging low like they were too long. It was completely covered from head to toe in dark fur, and the head was canine, without a doubt. It was like a big upright dog or wolf, and when I say this thing was huge, it was a lot bigger than any bear could ever be. I could clearly see pointy dog ears and a snout, and this monster was just standing there looking at me. It was in fact a monster, and it was real. We stared at each other, neither of us moving. I couldn't even blink. And then it slowly crouched down and hunched its back and shoulders low and forward, like an animal that was about to attack. That single motion chilled me more than anything I'd seen yet. It felt like it wasn't just seeing me. It was thinking about attacking me. I couldn't even catch my breath. My chest felt like an elephant was sitting on it. My legs were completely locked up. I didn't even think about running. I just stood there like I'd turned into stone. Then it let out a growl that I can only explain as demonic. It took a single step backward, then another, and it disappeared behind the trees without making a sound. I backed up until I found the door of the trailer. I opened it fast, got inside, and locked the door. I sat on the floor for what felt like hours, praying to Jesus that this thing was gone and would just leave me alone. And praise God, it did. The next morning I went out and looked around. I could find no clear tracks. The ground was just too hard. But the spot where I saw it, it was real. I knew it. I just didn't know what to say. I kept it to myself. A couple days later, Mitch walked past me while we were loading gear and muttered, "You saw it too, didn't you?" I just nodded. That's all I could do. He nodded back and kept walking. We never spoke about it again. I wrapped up my time there and left that winter. Haven't been back to Cascade since. I know what that thing was. I don't care what name people want to give it. All I know is that these damn things are out there. And if you're out there in the forest, just remember, keep in mind, you are in their domain, and they make the rules out there. Not everyone will be lucky like me. Just, again, keep that in mind when you're out there. Appreciate you letting me share this, man. It means more than you know. Terry. I'm just gonna jump right in, Reels. I grew up out in Jefferson County, Kentucky, right in between Louisville and Shepherdsville. Back in the early 80s, that area was mostly rural, and the woods behind our place stretched all the way to Jefferson Memorial Forest. Only a small 2-lane road separated our property from it. I spent a lot of my childhood out in those woods. I hunted, fished, explored, basically lived out there when I wasn't in school. For my 12th birthday, which falls in late fall, my parents gave me a single-shot 20-gauge shotgun. It was a big deal for me. That meant I could start going out alone, and I wasted no time doing so. It was Thanksgiving break, and that morning I headed out at first light. I had rabbit and squirrel on my mind, but I wasn't having any luck. I'd worked my way almost all the way through our side of the woods without seeing a thing, not even a bird. Looking back, I should have noticed how dead quiet everything was. There was no wind, no bird song, not even a squirrel running about in the leaves. But at the time, I just thought it was bad luck and kept moving. I was walking alongside a little stream that cut through our woods, with a small rise to my left. I was looking for movement when something strange caught my eye. About 60 yards, I'd say, ahead of me, I saw what looked like a big, solid black shape pressed up against the side of a tree. At first glance, it looked like a huge raccoon or maybe even the head of a black chow dog. But it didn't sit right with me at all. It was just too big, way too tall off the ground, and even if it were a dog on its hind legs, it would have had to be absolutely massive. As I got closer, whatever it was moved to the other side of the tree. It kept staying out of full view, and I couldn't hear it move, but I could see it happen. My curiosity piqued, and I started inching sideways, trying to see around the tree without getting too close. I walked slowly and carefully, keeping my eyes on that trunk. Every time I thought I might get a good look, the thing would move again, staying hidden. But here's what really sent me over the edge. It never once ducked down or changed its height. No matter where I moved, the top of its head stayed at the same level, which had to be close to 8 feet up. It was like it was keeping its face hidden, but also letting me know that there was something, in fact, there. I couldn't make out any details at all, just that the thing was tall, solid, and jet black. Now, I was just a kid, but I wasn't dumb. I knew something was wrong, so I did what my instincts told me to do. I raised that shotgun and pointed it right where I thought the head was. I figured if it was a person trying to prank me, they'd say something as soon as they saw a kid pointing a loaded shotgun at them. But nothing happened. No one called out, and no one stepped out. After what felt like an eternity, though it was most likely only a minute, I backed up, making sure I didn't take my eyes off that tree. The whole time, the thing just stayed hidden, motionless, watching my every move. I made it all the way back to the house, walking backward. When I finally got inside, I ran straight to my dad's room and woke him up. He was angry at first. It was his day off, but when I told him what happened and begged him to come out with me, shotgun in hand, he didn't hesitate. He knew I wasn't known for telling lies. When we got out there, the light dusting of snow that had been on the ground earlier was already melting. There were no tracks or any signs of anything unusual around that tree. But the moment I pointed to the height where this thing's head had been, my dad's whole demeanor changed. He just stared at that tree, then looked at me, and said, "Let's go." We didn't talk much about it after that. He never made fun of me, though, and he never told me it was all in my head. To this day, I still don't know what I saw. Maybe it was a dog man. Maybe it was something else. Bigfoot, maybe? Sometimes I wish I knew for sure. and other times I think it's better that I don't. I've become a born-again Christian since then, and over the years I've read and studied a lot about the Nephilim and the fallen ones. The more I learn, the more I think maybe some of the things we were told were just myths might not be myths after all. Thanks for the work that you're doing, Reels. Keep shining the light. J.T. Reels. Wasn't really moved to share this, but I've been sitting out back the last few nights thinking on a few things. This one memory just won't leave me alone, and it's like it's tapping on my shoulder again after all these years. It was 2002, just outside Rock Hill, South Carolina. I was 29 and living in a weather-worn trailer on my folks' land. They had about 6 acres, and the woods behind us ran deep into some thick country. If you kept going long enough, you'd hit the Catawba River, but nobody really wandered back there much. I was working nights at a tire plant. I usually didn't get home till close to 2 in the morning. One night I stepped out of the truck and that heat just whacked me right in the face. It's that thick, sticky southern heat that hangs in the air like a wet blanket. As I was heading up the steps, something caught my attention. A sound coming from the woods way out back. It was a long howl. It was drawn out, but not like any coyote I'd ever heard. It was slower and deeper. There was something wrong about the way it rose and fell, like whatever made it was trying to sound like a coyote, but just couldn't get it exactly right. I stopped on the porch and it did it again, the same deep, weird tone, and that time I got full body chills. Not because it was loud, but because of how unnatural it felt. You know how your brain just knows something isn't right? That was it. Everything around me went silent, no bugs. That's when I decided to go on inside and lock the doors. An hour or so later, I was half watching TV in bed, trying to doze off, when my dog Reggie went ballistic out back. Reggie was this big old mutt, some kind of mix. He was usually lazy as hell unless something messed with his pen. But this barking wasn't the usual warning bark. This was frantic, scared, like he was trying to warn me and beg for help all at the same time. I jumped up, got a flashlight, and stepped out the back door. I immediately knew something was going on. The air was too still yet again. Still no bugs, no frogs, just quiet all around me. And Reggie was still barking like a maniac. I moved toward his pen, calling his name. He barked once more and went silent when he saw me. That stopped me dead. I turned the flashlight on and shined it into the trees behind the fence. I spotted instantly 2 glowing yellow eyes. They were very high off the ground and couldn't have been anything normal. They weren't flickering or blinking, just locked right on me like 2 spotlights. I'm being straight with you when I admit now, I had no clue what I was looking at. It didn't dart or bolt off in any direction. It moved a little, more than once. Very slow movements, like it was making sure I saw exactly what it wanted me to see. That's when the shape came into focus. It was upright, big, and wide. Its chest tapered down in a V shape to its abdomen. And it was covered in fur. Easily 7 feet tall, could have been more. I'm guessing, of course. The body looked somewhat human-shaped. It had a long, skinny dog-like snout, pointed ears, and it displayed the kind of stillness that made me feel like I was the one being studied. I couldn't yell. I couldn't do anything but stand there with the light still shining on this thing. I was close to passing out from fear. After a few seconds, it turned and walked back off into the woods, like it didn't have a care in the world, like it knew I wasn't going to do a damn thing. Reggie never made a sound the rest of the night. He stayed curled up in the far corner of his pen and wouldn't eat for a couple days after that. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't tell anyone. Hell, what do you say? Hey, I saw a werewolf walk out of the woods and stare at me for a bit? Yeah, right. But I remember every detail, and I've never heard a howl like that before or since. Whatever that was, it definitely wasn't a coyote, and it damn sure wasn't a bear. For all the "I thought it was a bear" people, that should be an ongoing joke. I'm sorry to say this, but if you don't know the difference between a bear and a werewolf, you should probably go read a few books. Jeez, man. Thanks, Reels. Have a blessed day, brother. B. H. I've made my mind up today. It's time. I haven't spoken anything about this to anyone outside of my immediate family. Not in decades. And it isn't because I'm ashamed or afraid someone's going to laugh, or because I'm unsure of what happened and it's kind of fuzzy. I know exactly what happened. I just don't think most people would know what to do with it. And for a long time, it was easier to convince myself that it didn't even matter at all. But it still lives in my head, rent-free to this day. This was way back in the summer of '86. I was only 17. I was living outside of Willow Creek in Humboldt County, California, surrounded by redwoods and hills that always felt like they were ancient to me, like they remembered things that the rest of us had forgot. My dad worked swing shifts at a mill, and my mom picked up jobs where she could. Most afternoons I had the place to myself. That day I'd had a stupid argument with my boyfriend. I didn't even remember what it was about. Something dramatic and dumb like only teenagers can make up, I'm sure. I grabbed my jacket and went out for a walk, waiting to cool off before dinner. There was an old dirt path that started behind our property, leading down through the woods to a beautiful little creek. It had always been my go-to trail when I needed space to think. It was about 6 in the evening. It was still light out, but the light was getting dim in the trees. The redwoods blocked a lot of the sky, so even when the sun was up, it felt later than it actually was. I made it all the way down to the creek, threw a few rocks into the water, sat there for a bit, and decided to head back before it got too dark. I wasn't in any kind of rush. I wasn't scared. I'd grown up in those woods. But halfway up the trail, something happened. Quiet changed. I didn't really notice it at first, not until I realized I couldn't hear any birds anymore. Not even the water behind me. It was like somebody had hit a pause button on the forest. I immediately stopped walking. I thought maybe it was just me. Maybe I was still wound up from the argument. But then I felt something else, like some sort of static type pressure in the air. I don't know how to describe it. It was very strange and something I've never experienced before or after this event. I started spinning around, looking everywhere. There was a stretch of ferns to my left, and above them, maybe 20 feet back, I saw something that just didn't match the surroundings. At first, I thought it was just a burned tree or a shadow, but then it started moving around, and I realized quickly that it was a figure, something standing upright still. It had to be over 6 feet tall. It was way too wide and broad in size to be a human, and its arms hung way low, almost touching the ground. I couldn't make out every single detail in the head or the body, but I saw enough to know that it wasn't a person. Its head was shaped exactly like a timber wolf, long in the muzzle, and with ears that stood up straight like a German shepherd's. Its eyes, those are what stood out to me the most. They caught the last bit of sunlight coming through the trees and glowed this eerie yellow color. I couldn't look away. It wasn't doing anything, it was just standing there. But it was looking right at me, like it was waiting to see how afraid I was. Maybe if I would run or try to stand my ground. I don't know how long we both stood there. It might have been a few seconds. Could have been a full minute. I was terrified. I don't know. I was in a panic. I was in this kind of mental lockup, like my brain could not accept what I was looking at. It took one step toward me, just one. This was true fight or flight. I obviously chose to flee. I turned and ran. I wasn't quiet about it. I didn't care about the trail. I just moved toward home through the trees. My lungs were on fire and my feet were moving faster than my body. I pushed myself to my absolute breaking point. But I finally got back to the house. My dad had just pulled into the driveway. I nearly ran into the truck trying to get inside. He jumped out, asking what the hell was wrong, but I couldn't even speak. All I could do was point behind me, back toward the woods. I remember saying, "Something's in the woods, Dad." That night, my dad and brother went out with flashlights and a 30-06. They didn't find anything. My mom didn't ask many questions. She just got really quiet. Later that night, she told me that she'd heard a lot of people in the area whispering about strange things in those woods for years, but no one talked about it openly. I never went back down that trail. Ever. Not once. I've lived in Oregon since the early 2000s. I've got kids now. A life that's a world away from that little trail in Humboldt. But nothing I've ever experienced since. Not childbirth, not car wrecks, not anything has ever shaken me like that moment in the woods. And I know what people will think. You were young, it was dark, you were seeing things. But I didn't. That wasn't a person. It wasn't a costume or a prank. No one in their right mind would have tried that, especially that far out. It was real. And I know, because I was there. I saw it with my own two eyes. No one can convince me that I didn't. Thank you for letting people like me speak up without getting laughed off the internet. Kim. Hello, Reels. You can blame my daughter, as she's the one who convinced me to do all this. She loves your YouTube channel. She said she listens to you all the time and that a few of the stories sounded just like the one I told her years ago. I always thought I was just wasting my time when I brought it up, but I guess it stuck with her. She just handed me her phone and said, "Dad, just tell him." So here it is. This happened in the fall of 1995, out in Wirt County, West Virginia. I was 32, living about 5 miles outside of Elizabeth. Just a little farmhouse built between two ridges. Dirt roads and a whole lot of nothing. If you've ever been out that way, you know the hills roll forever and the woods don't give up their secrets very easily. I worked night shifts for a gas company, and when I wasn't working, I spent my time hunting or fishing. That was just the life out there. My buddy Dale and I would go coon hunting just about every week once the leaves started falling. He had a black and tan hound, and I had a big old blue tick named Buster. That dog had lungs on him like you wouldn't believe. He'd let out a bellow you could hear from 2 hollers over. Anyway, this one evening we headed out just after supper. It was around 9:30 when we parked the truck and let the dogs out. We were in a stretch of state land, hardwoods and rocky gullies where you had to watch your footing. The place felt older than it had any right to. Even growing up, that area always gave me the creeps, although I could never explain why. Now, it all makes sense. Everything seemed fine at first. Dogs took off into the brush, baying, now and then, when they picked up a scent. Dale and I were walking a ridgeline, flashlights in hand, trading quiet conversation. Then all at once, both dogs just went quiet. Not a peep. You hunt long enough, you know what the kind of silence means. It's not good. Buster didn't even wear a collar with a GPS back then, just a jangly old name tag. I called out for him, but the woods just swallowed it. Dale didn't say anything, he just stood there with his light sweeping the trees. Then the surroundings changed, and I'm not trying to be dramatic. It switched to a horrible feeling of get the hell out. The smell hit just a second later. It was like damp fur mixed with rotted meat. I've gutted deer, cleaned fish, came across roadkill in the middle of July, and none of that had this particular sour edge to it. Shortly after the smell, we started hearing sounds, movement. Not an animal making its way through the bushes. This thing was heavy and steady, and it was coming from the slope down to our left. I remember we both turned our lights that way at the same time. What stepped into the open wasn't anything I've ever seen before, and I haven't seen it again, thank God. It was tall, wider than a tree trunk. I mean, this thing was built like it could rip a tree clean out of the ground by the roots with one hand. The body was covered in this black, dirty fur, and its arms were as long as a night in jail. It had joints that just didn't look right. Its head was like a wolf, but not an exact image. I'll try to explain what I mean by that. Its ears were up high, long, snout, huge, hook-shaped teeth you could see even without it opening its mouth all the way. The weird part, this thing didn't even act surprised. It didn't act aggressive either, it just looked at us like it had been watching us longer than we'd realized. Dale raised his shotgun without saying a word. The thing didn't flinch. It just let out this deep, vibrating sound. It wasn't even a growl, it was more like a low warning. It was a hum that sounded strangely metallic in nature. It rattled my chest. That's when I got scared for real. Not jumpy scared. This ain't our woods kind of scared. I said, Dale, don't pull that trigger. We didn't move, and it didn't either. After what felt like an eternity, it turned and walked off. Just walked away like it had better things to do. In my mind, I felt like it was saying, I'm allowing you to leave, but you pull that trigger and see what happens next. We didn't speak the whole way back to the truck. We were focused on getting out of there. I didn't call the dogs either. I know that sounds terrible, but when you feel like you're about to be the next missing person, you don't hang around. The dogs came back the next morning. Buster showed up first, looking like hell. He was trembling and wouldn't leave my side for 2 days. Dale's dog wandered in later that afternoon. Same story. Scared stiff and wouldn't eat. None of them were physically hurt, but none of them were the same after that. They were like completely different dogs. We never hunted anywhere close to that stretch again. I don't know what a dog man is, really, and I ain't claiming to know the names of these things people keep seeing in the woods. I just know it wasn't any animal roaming these parts. It wasn't a person, that's a given, unless it was a shape-shifting wolf man from a movie. Trust me when I say, it wasn't a natural thing by any means. Thanks. I didn't realize how heavy all this was until I started typing it out. Ricky. It's good to finally talk to you, and thanks for replying to my email. Now, I'll share with you what happened. This still gets my nerves jumping when I think about it, and it's been over a decade. I've worked in a lot of tough jobs. I've done storm cleanup. I've done pipeline welding, towing wrecks off the side of mountains. But nothing, and I mean nothing, has ever rattled me the way this encounter did. It was November of 2015. I was living in Van Buren County, Arkansas, running late shifts in a rollback tow truck out of Clinton. If you know the area, you know it's surrounded by some pretty thick woods and a lot of winding back roads that can feel like the middle of nowhere, even when you're only a few miles from town. Nights were mostly long and boring, mostly just pulling out folks who'd hit deer or slid off in the rain. That night, I got called out just past midnight for a Ford Ranger stuck in a ditch on Highway 95, east of the county line. Pretty routine call. I poured myself some gas station coffee and fired up the F550 and headed out. When I got there, the truck was empty. The driver had already been picked up. The Ranger was half jammed into a bank with one rear wheel hanging in the air. Trees were crowded on both sides of the road, and the nearest house was probably 5 or 6 miles off. I backed in behind the Ranger, threw the hazard lights on, and hopped out to start winching it. I'd done this so many times, so I didn't feel any need to rush. But while I was getting the cable stretched out and hooked up, something started gnawing at me. You ever get that heavy, sinking gut feeling like you're being watched? That is what happened. I stopped and glanced into the woods across the road, and Lord be with me. Help me to find the words to describe what was standing there. There was this thing, standing back in the trees about 15 yards out, barely lit by the glow of my light bar. I thought at first it was just a stump, or I prayed it was a stump. But I quickly seen it was moving around, just a slight lean, like it was shifting its weight to get a better look at me. My flashlight caught the edge of its face. That's when the real oh my God moment hit me. It had ears like a shepherd dog, tall and sharp, and a long, narrow snout. This demon's eyes were the worst part of the whole thing. They reflected this dull, yellowish glow. It wasn't bright like an animal's eye shine, but weirdly deep, like the reflection was coming from deep inside of the skull. It blinked once, and I swear it never took its focus off me after that. The rest of it stayed mostly hidden behind a big pine trunk, but I could see that it was enormous. I'd guess it was close to 8 feet, maybe more, judging by where its head sat above a limb that I knew was about 7 feet up. I backed up slowly. All I could think about was the cab of my truck, not daring to turn my back on it. As soon as I got the door open, I literally jumped inside and slammed it shut and locked it. My breathing was out of control and my hands were shaking so bad I could barely lock the doors. When I glanced in the mirror, it was already crossing the road. I knew at this point that this thing had a plan. That it had something on its mind. It wasn't making a sound, no sticks cracking, no leaves crunching, and that made it even worse somehow. How can something that big move that quietly? Then the worst possible thing happened. My truck, out of nowhere, just died. Yeah, I know. Sounds like a made-up story from a horror movie, but it's not. I turned the key, nothing. Tried again, still nothing. By the third try, I was praying out loud. The engine finally cranked up, but right as it did, I heard a crash and then I heard metal screech, like nails across a chalkboard. It had raked one claw down the driver's side door from the mirror all the way to the fender. I hit the gas without thinking at all. I didn't even finish loading the Ranger. I was dragging it, tilted on the ramp, all the way back to town. Every bump felt like it was still back there chasing me. When I finally got back to the shop, I parked under the floodlights and got out to check the damage. There were 4 long gouges down the door, deep enough to expose bare metal. If you can explain to me any type of animal with this type of claws and power, I'll stand corrected.
The mirror had been snapped clean off and somehow landed on the back of the rollback. I still don't know how that happened. It looked like someone had just placed it there. I told the boss I hit a deer that clipped the mirror and scraped the side with its antlers. He looked puzzled, but didn't say anything. He was just upset about the damage. I wasn't ready to explain what actually happened. I'm still not. My wife doesn't even know this part of the story. She just thinks I had a bad night on the road. That thing, whatever it was, wasn't afraid of lights, engines, or steel. It didn't run when I spotted it. It waited for me to see it. It stepped out like it was challenging me to some sort of ancient battle. I'm still in the same line of work, but I don't go on very many remote calls anymore without a second truck nearby. Call it paranoia if you want. Call me a coward if you want. I don't care. Once you've stared into the face of something that has no business existing, you don't ever want to be alone in the dark again. Thanks for letting me share this. It's been a long time coming. Jason. Reels. If you want to, you can put this on your website. I don't know if you've got any of the stories I put in your comment section, but anyways. 3 Septembers ago, I come home at about 1 or 1:30 in the morning. I swung around behind the house and lit up the other side of the mountain across from me, then turned the truck off. All of a sudden, there was a loud, long, deep howl. I sat there like, did I hear that? What was that? And 15 seconds later, it howled again, long, deep, and loud. I'm thinking, what in the hell is that? So I got what little cold groceries I had and got in the house, 'cause I felt like I could be in danger. I'd never heard howls like that before. A few nights later, I was sitting here at my desk and something tapped on the kitchen glass, which is 9 feet off the ground. It sounded like hard claws or nails tapping on the glass. I've heard dogman stories where they do that, and I wasn't about to go to the glass and have its face stuck up against the window. So I jumped back and screamed like a little girl. That was my initiation to dogman. Bumps on the trailer, low barks and howls. 3 of them in one night. 1 in the backyard, 2 in the field beside my home. That was months later. They were hunting deer and trying to be quiet because they knew I was home. So their barks were low and their howls were low. But it was at least 3 of them. They come around every so often. They let me know by either low barks, low howls, or bumping the trailer, which happened again just the other night. These animals are real stealthy and sneaky. You never know when they're going to show up. The woods down from my house stays dead quiet all the time. I don't know whether they're bedding down in there, but no crickets, no nothing. No tree frogs, no noise at all. And the creek is about 200 yards down in the woods, so I guess they're sticking around here somewhere. Sincerely, Tracy. Hello, my brother. You can call me Cy. Everyone else does. I really didn't know how I was going to go about doing this, so I'm just going to jump in like I'm talking to someone that I halfway trust, which is rare for me. I have listened to your channel for quite some time, and what stands out isn't the dogmen, it's how real the people sound. You cannot fake fear like that. I used to think maybe they were all exaggerating until I lived through something myself back in 2017. I've never been able to fully get over it. At least, I can't talk about it without sounding bat crap crazy. I'm from a town outside of Tellico Plains, Tennessee, up in Monroe County. I won't give the exact road because I still have some family that lives out there, but it's off 360 heading toward Citico Creek Wilderness. Very remote area.
You rarely see many folks out there, and the mountains will swallow sound that can mess with your head if you're not used to it. I was 31. I was working as a subcontractor for a mobile home delivery company. It wasn't exactly a glamorous job, but it kept the bills paid. I was renting an old double wide out there on my uncle's property, just trying to save a little money. I didn't have any internet, there wasn't any neighbors for at least a mile, and there was zero cell service. It was just me and my dog Chopper, and a ton of quiet time to reflect on how wrong my life has went. I want to be clear. I wasn't looking for anything. I didn't believe in cryptids. Hell, I didn't even believe in ghosts. I believed in hard work, minding your business, and locking your doors at night, because humans are the only animals worth being scared of. That belief cracked late that summer. The first thing that happened was so subtle that I almost didn't register it. I came home one evening after a long haul to see 3 of my chickens dead. Not eaten. They were just mangled, almost like they'd been played with and then tossed aside. Whatever got them didn't even take the bodies, it just left them near the coop in a pattern, like whatever done it fully intended for me to find the aftermath. Raccoons can do this type of thing, but it seemed like a lot of damage for a raccoon. So my prime suspect at the time was probably a bobcat. But Chopper, he didn't think so. That old hound wouldn't even go near the coop. He just sat there, whining low and pacing in tight circles, his tail tucked. I'd had that dog since he was a pup. He wasn't scared of a damn thing until then. A few nights later, I was outside fixing a busted hose near the shed close to dark. Chopper started growling behind me, real serious growls. He was looking at the trees like something was there. I shined a flashlight over there and didn't see anything, but the woods were quiet and had a strange vibe to them at that time. It was just this weird, static-y feeling. It reminded me, and I've heard this before, kind of like before a thunderstorm passes over. I went back inside, locked the door, and tried my best to ignore it. I remember thinking, I've been working too hard and I'm just fried. A couple weeks passed by and the activity ramped up. One night, I'd say around 2 a.m., I wake up to something thumping against the side of the house. It wasn't a knock, it was a heavy banging like someone was hammering into the siding. Chopper was going crazy, barking like I'd never seen him do before. I grabbed an old shotgun I kept beside the bed and flipped on the porch light, but when I got out there was nothing there. I found no marks, no damage on the siding. It was just me standing there half naked with a shotgun, feeling like an idiot. About the time I had realized I was going crazy, man, that's when I saw it. It was right at the edge of the yard by the tree line. At first, it was just this dark shape that don't resemble an animal, or a man for that matter. It was absolutely huge. The shoulders were too high, and its arms were extremely long. Its head was ginormous as well, and it was giving off a pressure and presence of pure FAFO. Oh, okay. I couldn't see details yet, but I knew I wasn't looking at something that was created in nature. I raised the shotgun and screamed. It didn't pay me any mind at all. Didn't even move, as a matter of fact. The thing just stood there watching me, swaying slowly from side to side. It let out this loud, exhaling, blowing type sound and turned around and strutted off into the woods. And did I mention, on 2 legs like a human being? That was the first real confirmation.
That was the moment I knew that I wasn't imagining any of it. What took place over the next few weeks nearly broke me. After that first time I saw it standing at the trees, I started sleeping with the shotgun loaded and propped against the nightstand. I didn't care how crazy or paranoid it made me look. I wasn't about to get caught off guard again. Chopper didn't even bark anymore when it came around. He'd just pace or whimper low in his throat. I think he knew better than I did what we were dealing with, and for the record, he was never the same after that summer. For the next week or so, nothing happened. Then it started again, but this time things got worse. I'd hear slow, dragging footsteps outside at night. Not every night, just enough to keep me guessing, keep me tired. They'd circle the house once or twice, stop under the bedroom window, then vanish. I once caught myself holding my breath, not because I meant to, but because my body just stopped breathing from how tense I was. Late one night, around 3 or 4 a.m., I heard something press up against the side of the trailer. I'm not saying another bump or bang. I mean weight, like something leaned into it. The wall flexed and I could hear it creak. I damn near dropped the shotgun trying to grab it and hit the light switch at the same time. When I looked out the window, there was nothing there. But the edge of the window screen had been bent inward like a large hand had tried to peel it back. I knew right then, whatever this was, it wanted in the house. A few days later, I was working out near the tool shed in broad daylight, around 5 p.m. I hear this noise behind me. It sounded like footfalls in the leaves. It was too heavy to be a deer or a squirrel. I turned, expecting to see maybe a bear, but instead, the thing is there, standing no less than 30 yards away. This time I see it as clear as day. This thing was maybe 7.5 feet tall. Its upper body was ridiculously broad, almost cartoonish, wide at the shoulders. The arms were long but not dragging. And it had hands, and they had claws on each finger. The face definitely wasn't wolf-like. The snout was shorter than a wolf, but the eyes, they weren't glowing, not mystical, just smart. This thing had a very smart look. It was focused. It wasn't baring its teeth, it was just watching, and I noticed it had its head tilted just a little, like it was a dog that was confused by something. I raised my shotgun, screaming instinctively, and it did back up. It just moved like it was giving me space. It stepped backward on 2 legs, and then it just vanished into the trees. That was the last time I saw it clearly, but things didn't go exactly quiet. I don't even remember falling asleep that night. I had the shotgun loaded and beside me. A headlamp wrapped around my wrist, and Chopper curled up at the foot of the bed like he was trying to disappear into the floorboard. That encounter during daylight, it rattled me bad, because I'd seen it in its full glory. No shadows, no hiding behind something, just raw muscle, intelligence, and control. I knew then what people meant when they said predator in these kinds of stories. This thing wasn't just built to kill. It was built to wait you out. 2 nights later, it did come back, and this time I'm positive it was going to try to get in. It started around 1 in the morning. I was asleep, but woke up to Chopper growling. The same familiar guttural vibration I heard since he was younger, and almost got into it with a coyote. He wasn't barking, just non-stop growling, staring dead at the back door. I got up, got the shotgun, and heard this thud, scratch, drag.
Not like nails on metal, more like claws across the siding, followed by the same shifting weight I'd felt before, like something was moving slowly along the back of the trailer. I turned off all the lights and hunkered down low near the kitchen window. Didn't want to shine anything yet. I just wanted to listen. I heard something that damn near turned my blood cold. I could hear it breathing on the other side of the wall. Not panting, it wasn't sniffing, just a slow, steady draw of air, like it was calming itself, like it was thinking or formulating a plan. Then, the sound of the door handle moving. It didn't jiggle it. It was slowly turning it back and forth. I shouted and racked a shell into the shotgun like a thunderclap, and the sound that came from the other side of the door, man, I'll never forget it. This thing let out a snarl, an unearthly snarl. This wasn't like a dog, not even close. It was deep, wet, almost like something too big was trying to force rage through its throat. Then it hit the door, hard. The whole trailer shook. You could hear an aluminum door frame flex under weight. Have you ever heard this before? It actually screams. That thing slammed against it twice before it finally moved on. I heard it circle the trailer once, then again, then it stopped. Of course, I didn't sleep. I sat there all night. Chopper wouldn't move from under the kitchen table. The next morning, I went out, gun in hand, and checked the back steps. I did find some claw marks on the door frame, but nothing that would match the noises I heard. But I did also find some prints. They didn't look like coyote or mountain lion. These were bipedal, broad, deep, like a man had walked through the mud barefoot, but with massive toes and claws. That day I drove to town and stayed in the truck with Copper for 6 hours. I didn't know what to do. Who do you even call for something like that? I tried telling my uncle. He said I was sleep deprived, probably heard a bear. The old bear. It's always the bear. He lives a half-mile up the road and told me to stop drinking so much damn coffee and get some rest. That was the last time I told anybody in town about it. I stuck it out for another week after that night. Not because I was brave. Hell no. It was because I didn't have anywhere else to go. I had no job at the time, no backup plan, and barely enough gas to get into town and back. I stayed because I was stuck there. But that doesn't mean I didn't prepare. I started sleeping in the living room, shotgun on my chest and Chopper by my side. I reinforced the doors with some old scrap wood I screwed in like deadbolts. I stacked some furniture against the back windows. I even rigged up a line of crushed soda cans along the back steps. Anything to give me warning if it came again. But nothing. No sounds, no footsteps. For almost 5 nights straight, it was just dead silence. Now I know what you might be thinking. Maybe it left. Maybe I scared it off. Maybe it got bored. But that silence, that was the worst part, because it felt intentional, like it wanted me to get comfortable again. I'll tell you now about the last night. It was in the early hours of the morning. I think it was 3:15. I remember glancing at the clock just before it started. I'd finally dozed off for a little bit, not in a deep sleep, just that surface level kind where your body's still alert, and I heard that noise from outside. It wasn't footsteps. It was a sound like a woman being murdered, screaming to the top of her lungs. But it definitely was not human, I can promise you that. It had too much weight, too much depth. It was layered. It sounded like a person being ripped apart and something else howling through that pain. It came from the woods behind the trailer, then it started getting closer.
I heard another scream. It was a lot louder and a lot closer. Then another, right outside the back window. I set up so fast I almost knocked the gun over. Copper was going ballistic, barking, snarling, pawing at the door like he wanted to tear through it and fight. And then, bam, something hit the back of the trailer again, way harder than before. It shook the walls. Dishes clattered in the sink. I aimed the gun at the door, and the pounding was so loud I couldn't hear anything else. But at the drop of a hat, it went silent again. It didn't hit the door anymore. I didn't hear it circle the house. Everything just stopped, like it had finally made its point. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The next morning, I decided it was time and packed everything I could into my truck and left. I told my uncle I was done staying there. He laughed at me and said I was losing it, but I didn't really care. I moved in with a friend of mine across the state for a while and never went back to that trailer. It sat abandoned for months before someone finally gutted it and scrapped the frame. I've been back to Tellico Plains a couple times since then, mostly just passing through, but I won't go anywhere near that stretch of land. The aftermath. Well, I don't sleep very much. I still wake up randomly at 3 a.m. sometimes, expecting to hear that banging on the walls. Copper lived about 2 years after. He was never quite the same dog. He got mean. He wouldn't let strangers near us, and would growl at shadows. I miss him every damn day. As for the thing I saw, you can call it Dogman if you want. You could call it something ancient, something unclassified, something that I don't think we humans are meant to see. All I know is this. It wasn't just passing through. This thing watched me. This thing was waiting. And I truly believe if I hadn't left when I did, that I would not be writing this email. Please stay sharp out there. These things are highly intelligent. Sigh. Hey, Reels. You can call me Jesse, or not. Don't add it. I don't care either way. I'm not trying to get famous or make anyone believe me. I just need to get this out there. Maybe it'll help someone. I figured if anyone would listen to me and not cut jokes, it would be you. I've always liked being alone in the woods. Not in a creepy way, just because it's quiet. I'm one of those people that got into stealth camping, packing light, sleeping off trails, no fires, no noise, no trace. I watch all kinds of YouTube guys that do it under bridges and city parks, but I prefer the deep woods. There's no one to hassle me, no one to scare off game, just peace. It was October 2020. I was in a remote part of Mark Twain National Forest out in southern Missouri. I won't say the exact trail because I'm sure if I do, someone would try to go out there after reading this, and trust me, that's a bad idea. I'd scoped out a stretch of fire access road and planned to hike in about 1.5 miles. No tent, just a bivy sack, headlamp, knife, and my .38 revolver. Cell service dies out fast in that part of the woods, but I wasn't worried. I'd camped there before, always felt calm, until that night. I found a good spot tucked between some rocks hidden by brush and a couple downed cedar trees. No prints, no trails, no trash. It was just clean, pristine wild ground. I set up right before sundown and lay there with my dog, watching the light fade out through the trees, quiet, peaceful, still. It was around 11:30, I'd guess, when the air changed. I don't mean a breeze. I mean everything stopped. The bugs, the air, even the moonlight looked different somehow. My dog sat up first. There was no alerts, no growling or barking, just pinned back ears looking toward a ridge about 50 yards away. This was a red flag. My dog was very smart. I sat up too and listened. I could hear crunching, heavy footsteps, two-legged, making their way down the ridge in the dry leaves. Whatever it wasn't running, it was just steady movement. I clicked on my red headlamp, but I didn't see anything. The minute I stood up, the footsteps stopped. That's when I spotted a set of eyes, amber-colored, way high off the ground and too far apart. They were fixed right on me, and then they dipped down low like something was crouching to get a better look or trying to hide. That's when my dog started shaking. I've had that dog since he was a pup. He's always been kind of aggressive and bold. I whispered for him to stay and pulled the revolver from my belt. I didn't aim it yet, I just held it low while I stared into the trees. Then the thing moved. It didn't move towards us, it rushed through the brush off to the side like it was trying to circle around or flank us. I fired once into the dirt and shouted as loud as I could. Everything went dead quiet and still. I heard one long exhale, like a wolf, but it was just too loud. Then the footsteps started again, walking away from me. It was like this thing was just done with the whole situation, like it was bored or it had seen enough. I stayed awake all night. I didn't even sit down, I just stood there with my dog at my feet, hand on the grip, watching the woods for hours. When first light broke, I packed everything in under 5 minutes and got the hell out of there. I've never been back, camping at all. In that area, anyway. Yes, I still camp, but only in campgrounds now, where there are people and lights. I don't know what I saw. I never saw the whole creature, just the shape, the movement, the eyes, but it was tall, it was smart, and it wasn't afraid of me. That's the part that keeps me up. It wasn't scared, it was curious. And I think if I hadn't made a sound, if I hadn't fired that shot, the thing would have probably came closer and who knows what would have happened. Everyone watch yourselves out there, especially now this time of year when there's a lot of camping and hiking going on. Jesse. Hey man. I don't know how many people are going to believe this one, and to be honest with you, I don't care. I'm not typing this all out for anyone's attention or even validation. I know what I saw, and I just want to get this off my chest. This all took place when I was 18 years old. I'm 27 now, and it's definitely had an impact on my life. This took place at the Old Bryce Hospital in Tuscaloosa, Alabama back in 2015. If you've never heard of it, it's an old psychiatric facility that's been closed down for decades. A lot of locals say it's haunted. You've got your usual ghost stories, screams in the halls, shadowy figures moving where they shouldn't be, patients who supposedly died in the basement. It was exactly the kind of place stupid teenagers dared each other to sneak into. And that's exactly what we did. There were 4 of us, me, my cousin Tyler, and 2 of our friends, Caleb and Zach. We all lived nearby in Northport and had just graduated high school that summer. We'd been doing some minor urban exploring around town, abandoned houses, old factories, nothing serious. But Bryce was different. It had a lot of history. People claimed it was legitimately haunted. So we picked a Friday night, and we went for it. We parked about a quarter mile up the road near the trees, and walked in through the back overgrown lot. I remember how quiet it was. I didn't hear any crickets or anything, just this weird stillness in the air. The air also felt heavy. We didn't think much of it at the time. We brought 2 flashlights between the 4 of us. Cheap ones. Yeah, dumb, I know. I also had an old GoPro knockoff strapped to my chest, but it only recorded about 15 minutes before the battery would die. I've checked that footage 100 times. It never caught much of anything. It caught some of the sound and a couple shadows, but nothing clear enough to prove what we saw. We entered through a busted door at the rear of the building. Inside, it was what you'd expect. Peeling paint, broken tiles, graffiti all over the walls. Some of it was weird. I remember seeing a spray-painted message that said "They're still here" across one of the hallway ceilings. The deeper in we went, the stranger it got. You'd expect dust and cobwebs, but a few places looked like they'd been disturbed, like someone had dragged something heavy across the floor recently. A metal folding chair was tipped over in the corner, and one of the interior doors had fresh-looking scratches along the bottom half. This wasn't graffiti, this was scratches from an animal. They were uneven and deep, like something had just raked claws across the wood. Tyler said it was a raccoon or just some animal. I was starting to feel uneasy. He didn't know what it was either. I think he just said this to try and calm me down. About 30 minutes in our little exploration, we reached a large room with old metal bed frames. It looked like a former patient ward. The moment we stepped inside, Caleb said something that made the air go cold. He asked, "Do you hear that?" We all stopped. There was this sound. It wasn't the wind either. It was just this slow breathing that seemed to be coming from behind the wall or just beyond the doorway. We all froze in our spots. The flashlight in Zach's hand started flickering. It didn't go completely off, but it was dimming in and out. And in the far corner of the room, we did see movement. It was just a shadow at first, then the eyes. I don't care what anyone says, they were reflective, yellowish, far apart, maybe 6 feet off the ground and low to the floor, like whatever it was had crouched down. Then it slowly stood up, and this thing kept going. We didn't see a full body, just a silhouette. It was broad, tall, and hunched like something that wasn't used to walking on 2 legs. It was partially behind an old support beam, but its hand or claw, whatever it was, wrapped around the side of the beam. This thing definitely had 5 digits, and they were thick, and it had claws. Nobody said a word, we just stared. Then it moved fast, deeper into the hallway, no roar, no footsteps, just a blur of motion, and a sudden overwhelming urge to leave. Zach was already backing out. Caleb turned and started saying something like, "We need to go now." Tyler and I followed without a word. None of us ran, but we didn't stop either. We moved fast through the halls, and every so often I'd hear something behind us. Clicking sounds on tile. It sounded like claws tapping on the floor to me, and it was always staying just out of our view. By the time we made it to the exit, I was shaking uncontrollably. We turned our lights back on the woods outside and didn't stop until we hit the car. We didn't talk about it for a long time. A couple months later, Caleb moved to Birmingham and never came back. Zach denied what we saw entirely, and it had to be a homeless guy or some prank. That was his explanation. But Tyler and I, we both know what it was, or what we think it was. That wasn't a ghost. This wasn't a person. This had to be a dogman, and I think it had been watching us since the moment we stepped inside. You can file this wherever you want, but I'll tell you, I don't go exploring anymore. Not after that happened. And especially, I won't go anywhere near Bryce. M. Hey, Reels. After listening to a lot of the stuff you've been putting out lately, why not just tell what happened to me? I used to deliver for a pizza place in Lincoln County, Missouri. I don't work there anymore, thank God. But what happened took place in the spring of 2016, and it completely creeps me out just typing this out. Back then I was 24 and I drove a little beat-up Honda Civic working nights to pay off school loans. Most deliveries were just regular homes, but every now and then I'd get a call that was a bit out there. Long gravel driveways or trailers hidden behind rows of trees, that sort of thing. This particular delivery came in late. It was close to 9:30 at night. It was to an address off Highway H, just a few miles outside of Troy. I remember the ticket said leave on the porch and call when arriving, which usually meant nobody wanted to make small talk. I didn't care. I was tired and it was already dark as hell. So I'm driving this 2-lane stretch, no street lights, just me and the car and the headlights. And about a mile out from the delivery address, I see something in the road. Initially, I thought it was a deer. That's pretty common around here, especially at nighttime. But as I got closer, the more that idea didn't fit. This thing was standing upright and tall. It wasn't broad like you'd expect a bear to be. This thing was lean, muscular. It was almost lanky, like a real tall guy with insane posture. It was facing away from me at first, like it had just stepped onto the road and paused there. I slowed way down, like almost to a complete stop. That's when this thing turned its head. Just the head, no shoulder movement, no body twist. It looked right over its shoulder at me, and I swear to you the eyes reflected red. I've heard people say animals' eyes can reflect different colors depending on the light, but this wasn't the usual green or white glow you get from a deer. This was red, 2 pinpoints. Its face was off. It didn't exactly look like a person, but not a dog either. This thing, in my opinion, was a mixture of both in some weird way. It's like a coyote that had been kind of stretched and pulled and twisted just enough to stand upright and walk around. The snout was there, but it was short. The ears were sharp, pointed up, and the mouth. I couldn't see the teeth, but I could see that it was open. This thing then did something that made me slam my car into reverse and floor it. This thing turned and started walking toward my car at a pretty quick pace. This thing was coming at me like the damn Terminator, and I floored it backwards for a couple 100 feet, trying to keep my headlights on it the whole time without wrecking it at the same time. It didn't really chase me. It didn't run. It just walked in that steady pace, keeping its eyes on me like it knew that it had already ruined my mind. I called the customer from down the road and told them I wasn't going to make it, that there was something in the road and it wasn't safe. This person didn't even try to fight back. In fact, they hung up before I even finished the sentence. That was my last delivery that night. I just could not do it after that. I never told anyone at work. Who would believe me? But I never drove anywhere after dark, on that route especially, not once. I transferred to morning shifts until I eventually quit. I know what I saw out there. It fit the description of every other dogman story I've heard. These things are real, and it was standing where no animal should have been. Evan M., St. Charles, Missouri. Hello, Reels. You can call me Marlene. I don't really do emails much, but I figured why not? This could be a once in a lifetime opportunity. I listened to your channel and I think that you might actually take me seriously. So here we are. I work the overnight shift at a nursing home here in Jackson, Mississippi. Been there going on 15 years now. And I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of residents pass away. People actually sneaking in the back door for a smoke. Even a break-in happened one year. But what I laid eyes on back in February of 2021 is a whole different story altogether. I was working that night with a new girl named Tanya. She was in her 20s, full of questions and always on her phone when she thought I wasn't looking. Around 3:15 in the morning, I was pushing the mop bucket down the south hallway. It's the one near the break room with the big window that looks out into the back field. Nothing back there but a rusted fence and trees way off in the distance. Usually a pretty nice, beautiful, peaceful spot. I've passed that window every night for years and never thought twice about it. But on this night, I felt something before I saw it. It was like a heaviness, like someone was staring a hole into the side of my head. I turned to look out that window and froze. There was a figure standing just beyond the outdoor light's edge, maybe 10 feet from the glass. This thing was big. It had broad shoulders, and it was tall enough that its head was just above the top of the window frame. It was hunched over slightly, like it was trying to hide itself behind the brick wall, but it was still mostly visible. At first, I thought it was a man in a hoodie, but then I saw the ears. Not rounded, not human, pointed and stiff, like a damn Doberman. And the eyes, no light should have reflected out there, but they glowed a dim yellow-white kind of glow, like when a flashlight hits a cat, but worse. The thing had hands, and they were extremely long and gnarly looking. I don't even know how else to put it. The fingers looked weird, like they could wrap around your whole head. They were resting on the window ledge, and I swear one claw tapped the glass twice. I backed away without letting this thing out of my sight, and I whispered for Tanya, and she came around the corner. She saw me, then looked out the window. I'll never forget the sound she made. Just this little squeaky scream, and then bam! She took off running back toward the nurse's station. I didn't blame her a bit. When I looked back out the window, the thing was gone. We called the security guy who came by sometimes, but all he found were some tiny scratches on the lower brick under the window and a small patch of matted down grass outside. I still work there, still pass that hallway every night, but now I keep my pepper spray on me, like it would do anything against that thing. It actually will help you. Always carry it. You can use my story if you want. Just don't tell anyone which facility. I need this job, but I needed someone to know what I saw. Marlene, Jackson, Mississippi. Reels, fellow Kentuckian here. Well, how are you, my friend? I'm not exactly a guy that likes to tell any type of stories, but I figured you would want to hear this. I used to work security for a used car auction yard just outside of Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Not a dealership. This was one of those fenced-in outdoor lots where repossessed or salvaged vehicles were held before auction. It was mostly night shift stuff, quiet and boring. Just me and my flashlight and a little trailer with a space heater. This happened in early November of 2022. I'd been on the job about 6 months and had already dealt with my fair share of drunks, tweakers, and teenagers trying to break in and grab parts off the junkers. But what happened that week? It wasn't anything normal, and I know how crazy this is going to sound. It started with one of the repo sedans being found with its hood popped and the battery missing. I figured it was thieves and told my boss we needed better fencing. The next night, a different car, a Dodge Caravan, was found with the entire passenger door bent outward, like something pulled it open from the inside. We found no footprints, no tire marks, just deep claw gouges in the metal. That night, I decided not to stay in the trailer. I parked at the far end of the yard near the rows of wrecked vehicles. I killed all the lights and turned the engine off, and just sat there watching with my coffee and my radio turned low. Around 2 or 2:30, I heard movement. I heard metal creaking like a door slowly being forced open. I got out of the truck real quiet and followed the sound. The noise was coming from one of the back rows. I crept between the cars, trying not to step on any loose gravel, and that's when the breathing sounds hit my ears. This wasn't breathing from a human or an animal. This was something big. It was taking these deep breaths like it was labored breathing, like it ran a marathon. I turned my flashlight toward the noise and aimed it between two lifted trucks. There was something crouched behind a wrecked minivan. Something tall, even hunched down like that, it was still tall. Its back was toward me, but the fur was patchy and rough-looking. It looked like a stray dog that had been in too many fights. When it turned around, I dropped the damn flashlight. Its face wasn't quite a dog and definitely not human. It had a long snout but wider at the jaw, and the nose was torn or flattened. The eyes were weird bluish gray like overcast sky. The ears were low, not upright, kind of like a chow dog. Come to think of it, but its shoulders way too wide. It had to turn its whole body to face me because the damn thing was too bulky to twist at the waist. It did the worst thing imaginable next. It crawled into the minivan through the missing door and just sat there. I didn't stay. I backed off. Then I finally turned and ran to the truck. I called the police. They showed up half an hour later, and they found nothing but my flashlight, and that minivan was mangled. The interior was torn apart. Nothing was stolen, it was just wrecked. They found no prints, no blood. I quit 2 weeks later. Maybe this sounds like I made it up, but I swear on everything, something is stalking that auction yard at night. And whatever it is, it's comfortable around vehicles. R.D., Elizabethtown, Kentucky. Hello, Reels. I've thought about doing this multiple times before, not just your channel, but others. I've never actually sat down and took the time to write this out. But this thing has been weighing heavy on me for years. And your channel is the place I've chosen to finally unload this. I appreciate you, brother. I used to do an overnight pest control for a company that handled industrial level problems. Factories, feedlots, processing plants, that sort of thing. Most of the time it was just rodent inspections or setting traps for raccoons that snuck into places they shouldn't be. Back in May of 2019, I got sent to an abandoned grain facility just outside Grand Island, Nebraska. The place had been closed for a couple years, but the owner was looking to reopen part of it and wanted the silo cleared before bringing anyone in. There were reports of animal noises, maybe some damage. My job was to check the upper walkways and storage bins, log any infestations, and drop poison if needed. I went in alone around 11 p.m., big metal skeleton of a building, silent except for the wind slipping through rusted panels. It was one of them weird places where even your own footsteps sound threatening. About 20 minutes in, I was up on one of the steel catwalks that looped around the grain silos. I had a flashlight in one hand, clipboard in the other. I kept hearing this weird scratching sound. It was nothing unusual at first, but then I heard a loud bang come from inside one of the sealed silos. It wasn't a drop, not like something falling. This was loud, like a banging. It sounded like someone smacked the wall with a hammer. I went to the hatch and shined my light through the inspection slot. I saw movement inside immediately. At first, it looked like a big dog hunched down in the grain dust, but the way it moved, it was too supernatural, like it was almost transparent. It turned slowly toward the light, and I got a clear look at its face through the grime on the glass. This thing looked like a hyena. Wide jaw sloped back, tall ears and an oversized muzzle. The eyes were pure solid black, no reflections at all. It was like staring into two holes in reality. The fur was patchy and rough, like it had been burned or it was sick. It didn't flinch at my light, it just stared straight into it. Then it slowly started standing up. It stood all the way up. It had to crouch under the ceiling of the silo, but it was bipedal. Heavy chest, long arms with too many visible joints. And it did have hands with clawed fingers. I swear this thing had hands. It took a step toward the inspection slot, and I could hear its claws dragging through the leftover grain like hooks in gravel. I backed off the catwalk without blinking. I didn't even close the hatch, I just left. I drove 30 minutes away before I even called my boss. I couldn't sleep for 2 days afterwards. To this day, I don't know how it got in that silo. There were no tracks outside, no busted locks. But something was already in there, and I'm damn sure it wasn't a coyote or a feral dog. The company didn't send me back out there. I heard through a buddy a few months later that the whole structure was torn down and bulldozed. I don't know why, and I don't care. I never asked. That was the last solo job that I ever took. Name withheld. Just call me Jay. Grand Island, Nebraska. Reels. I'm writing this to you because I can't stop thinking about it. And I've never told anyone this before. Never. This is the first time. I've worked in vertical transport, elevator systems, for over 20 years, mostly servicing mid-rise commercial buildings in Illinois. In this job, you're alone a lot, stuck in an elevator shaft or control rooms while everyone else is asleep. This happened in August of 2020, right after the shutdowns were starting to ease up. A property manager called us in to do maintenance checks on an old 6-story office building on the outskirts of Joliet. The building had been mostly vacant for over a year, with just 1 or 2 tenants left on the lower floors. I went out there around 6 p.m., planning to be done before dark. But one of the hoist cables on the freight elevator had issues, and before I knew it, it was close to 9 p.m. The building was quiet. No lights on above the 3rd floor, no noise, just the hum of old wiring and occasional thuds from pipes settling. I was on the 4th floor inside the elevator shaft checking the motor housing. I had a flashlight clipped to my vest and was calling out notes on my recorder. That's when I heard a ding, like the elevator had been called to another floor. The problem was I had disabled the call system while I was working, for safety reasons. I climbed out fast, thinking maybe someone had reactivated the panel downstairs. I stepped into the hallway and looked toward the elevator bay, and saw the doors on the 5th floor slide open. Nobody was inside. I started hearing heavy footsteps, not in the hallway, but from the stairwell at the far end. This thing was heavy, and it was walking slow, like someone was dragging weight up the stairs 1 step at a time. I stood there waiting to see who it was. Then I noticed the camera mounted near the ceiling, an old motion-triggered unit that fed to a dusty control panel near the electrical room. I ran for it. I rewound the feed and played back the last few minutes. At the timestamp where the elevator doors opened, there was nothing, not even me. The hallway was empty, but on the far edge of the screen, right where the stairwell door would be, I saw a flicker of movement. I paused the feed and zoomed in. It was a shape, a silhouette, something tall, narrow, and it was crouched at the corner like it was hugging the wall. Its limbs looked to be too long. What I would call arms were bent funny at the elbows. It had something around the neck, like a mane or fur fringe that stood up behind the shoulders. Almost reminded me of a hyena's outline, but it was standing upright. Then the screen glitched and the shape was gone. I checked the stairs personally. They were empty. The 5th floor, nothing. I took the service elevator straight to the lobby and got the hell out. I didn't log the last 2 hours, I just left. My company still services that building. I don't. I requested reassignment the next day. Something was stalking that place and stalking me. I don't think it needed the elevator. I think it just wanted me to see that it could get to me anyway. I don't know what these dogmen things are, but you're not crazy for doing what you do. Keep going, man. Somebody has to do this. Matt, Joliet, Illinois. Yo Reels. I've fought with myself so many times whether I should send this in or not. I know how crazy it sounds, but it's no more crazy than anyone else's encounter. I know I don't sound like the usual person who emails you. I'm 19 now, but this happened 2 years ago when I was 17. I was in high school in Apple Valley, Minnesota, running varsity track. I had this habit of doing nighttime runs, especially when the weather was decent and I needed to clear my head. I lived in a super average neighborhood. Just sidewalks, cul-de-sacs, street lights every 100 feet. You get the idea. This night, it was late April of 2022. The snow was gone, but it was still cold, like upper 40s. I threw on my hoodie, popped in my earbuds, and headed out around 10:30 at night. I did my usual loop around the neighborhood, down past the school parking lot, through the small residential park, and back. About halfway through, I noticed something strange. I was running down a quiet street lined with trees and big fenced-in yards. There's this part where the sidewalk splits into a longer curved section with a field on one side. I always took that loop, but that night, as I rounded the curve, I felt like something was mirroring my steps. At first I thought it was an echo, my footsteps, my breathing. But then I noticed it wasn't synced exactly with me. It was like half a second behind me, like it was trying to adjust to my movements and breathing. I stopped running and pulled out my earbuds. The sound stopped when I stopped. I turned around thinking maybe it was a coyote or even a kid messing with me, but the street was empty. I just kept going, jogging a little slower now, suddenly hyper-aware of every shadow and crunch around me. That's when I heard the footsteps again, off to my right in the grass beyond the sidewalk. But they weren't fast like a dog running, they were heavy, like something was pacing me on 2 feet but not in shoes. Just heavy, raw footfalls on damp ground. I turned my head and I swear to God something was running next to me. It was keeping perfect pace, maybe 15 feet off the sidewalk between the trees. My God, dude, that's too close. This thing was tall, lean, like a guy in a dark fur suit with digitigrade legs like a dog's. The eyes were blue, not glowing, not reflecting, just blue, like ice under the moon. It wasn't looking ahead, it was watching me. The head was slightly turned as it ran. This thing wasn't snarling, growling, panting, it wasn't doing anything, it was just silent observation. I don't know how I kept going. I was terrified beyond words, but I didn't want to stop. Every instinct said that if I stopped, it would close the gap. I made it to the end of the curve and turned sharply into a more populated street with porch lights and motion sensors. As soon as I hit the pavement under the nearest street light, I looked back. Gone. Nothing behind me, nothing in the trees, no sound. I stopped running at night, obviously, after that. I still run, but only in daylight, and only on tracks or populated trails. I don't really know what these things could be, but I do know there's nothing human about them, and it wasn't a dog at all. It moved like it was born to chase, and that night I think it just wanted me to know it could. Kyle, Apple Valley.